Okay, good evening. How's everyone doing? We are starting our stream much earlier tonight to make up for the last couple of weeks where we had no stream. Tell you what happened. My flight stick failed. I don't remember on my last stream. I was having problems fighting the plane coming into landing. All the inputs just went completely skew-if. And just didn't work. So Amazon kindly replaced it for me, but it took a little bit of time, and I had to make sure it was all working before I came back onto a different stream. So we'll do a longer stream tonight to make up for you. We may decide to join the Microsoft stream at 7 o'clock. I haven't decided yet. So let me know in the chat if that's what you'd like me to do. But to get us started and get us rolling tonight, we are going to do the first flight in one of the new bush trips. So we're just taxiing to the runway, and we'll get underway. Okay. So, final is clear. There's no tower on this airport, so we just announced our own departure. Which we can do that if we want to do some realism. We can announce takeoff, and we will depart to the south. Let's go. I am trying a new layout for the stream tonight as well, you might have noticed. So let me know what you think of it. If you think this is a better layout than I've been using previously, that'd be really useful to know. We are up. Flaps up. Let's go. Okay, if everyone can let me know what they how the audio is sounding as well. This is sounding like you might not actually be able to, it looks like you might not actually be able to hear. Let me see. Can you hear the aircraft audio? I'm not sure. Looking at my levels, it looks like you might not be able to hear the music. So let me know. Before anybody asks, yes, I'm very excited about the new one coming out in just about a month's time, 19th of November. Okay, we are on track now, which is all looking good. You can only hear my voice. Yeah, that's what I thought. Let me see if I can fix that. Interesting. You probably heard it there for a very brief second. It's interesting because it has selected the correct output device, and the computer's just not picking it up. Oh wow, that's... I know what's happened. Is it much louder now? Apologies if that just burst your eardrums. The mix sounds a lot better in my head now, and I'm seeing in OBS. Okay. Yeah, that mix sounds good to me. Everybody keep an eye on the sub counter. If we do get new subs, give me a shout. We have these tasty mini treats today for Lucky, so if we get new subs, Lucky will get his treats. I'm glad audio's working now. So did anybody, or does anybody watching the stream, has anyone watched any of the alpha content that came out over the weekend from the 2024 alpha test? I did not sign up for that because I don't want to install Flight Simulator through the Microsoft Store. I want to do it through Steam, and the alpha test was only available through the Microsoft Store. So I didn't sign up for the alpha test. However, I did watch, or I have watched a bunch of the content from some of the guys that did sign up for it, and the career mode looks really interesting. Gotta be honest, it looks like it's going to be a lot easier than I had expected it to be. Excuse me. I was expecting, you know, like the PPL and the CPL stuff to be a lot harder to get the certifications. I saw one of the guys do both, the PPL and the CPL license, and it's like so basic. It's not even like as difficult as it was when like Flight Simulator 2000 came out. You know, it was a lot harder to pass the PPL test in that one because you actually had to do a bunch of stuff. Whereas this is basically, it's kind of gamified in a way. You know, follow these boxes, fly the traffic pattern and land. That's the PPL. The CPL is fly between two different airports and land. So it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to doing it, and I'll stream the entire career mode that I do when I get the game. But I will not. I won't expect it to be that difficult. I think it'll be quite easy. For anyone who might be trying to play the system, we do have a tally of the last highest subscribers, and Lucky only gets treats with net new subscribers. So if you are trying to unsubscribe and resubscribe, we've caught on to you, and we don't fall for that game. The last highest subscriber was 978. This land is so flat. We could probably go way lower. How about we try... Let's even see if we can fly at 1,000 feet. Hi, pup. You're just gonna stare at me for the next 5 hours. I should move the camera. He's literally just staring at me. if you do enjoy these live streams, you could do me a favour and reshare the link to the stream. Try and get ourselves a bit of a group tonight and get some passengers. But yeah, I haven't caught up on the bush trips in ages. And they create like a couple of new bush trips for every update they do. Rail Runner 034 flying the A20 Nero over there. We're not calling out to ATC. We probably could, but it's not really giving us the choice because these are more scenic flights than proper full ATC ruling flights. Let's get that power back up now that we've hit our altitude. So yeah, I'm looking forward to 2024 coming out. I'm going to be focusing on getting through to airline pilot and then heavy aircraft airline pilot certifications with it. For anything that I'm fairly comfortable, I can just take the test and pass it. I will just take the test and pass it. And then when we get, hopefully, as we get higher up through the rankings, it's not so easy all the way through. So then if there's any lessons that we have to take to brush up on things or whatever to pass the more difficult certifications in 2024, then we'll live stream it all. Because I'm going to be flying lots when it comes out anyway. There's no harm in me live streaming it. So did anybody watch the Tesla Cyber Cab announcement? Or called We Robot? That was interesting. So they're going to be releasing a car in America with no steering wheel and no pedals. You just sit in it as a passenger, and it'll take you wherever you want to go. Now we'll see if it ever actually comes out and gets regulatory approval, but it looks cool. I've just seen a video on X where it shows it can have wireless charging, so you reverse over it and then it wireless charges from the back. That's got to be so wasteful. For someone whose company is all about trying to save the planet and being green, wireless charging, whilst it might be cool and futuristic, is so wasteful when it comes to energy. You lose like something like 40% of the energy in that wireless charging process. I don't know why Elon Musk would be advocating for it, but I guess it's just, what his investors are telling him they want. Um, they also had their robots serving drinks and interacting with people, playing charades and stuff, which was cool. They were remotely human operated, um, but still, to show the dexterity of the robots and how they can walk and stuff like that, it was really cool. Um, but yeah, I don't expect to see any of that come to fruition for the next 10 years. Self-driving cars regulation, especially like in the UK, they're going to prove it in America before the UK would even consider letting self-driving cars on the road. And then you'll get all the unions rioting and striking and whatever else. I mean, and for good reason, people are going to lose their jobs, but ultimately, we are going to move to that world. That is going to be the end. So you can only protect jobs for so long. Let's check on our progress. So we are heading towards point of interest 3 of 5. This is such a flat country. And I'm surprised they've done a booster for this, because this just looks like it's the kind of basic sort of Bing Maps stuff. There's not a huge amount of like custom landscape or anything that's been added on here to make it look like super realistic. Well, I do see it's weird now that I've said that and I've changed the camera angle. I'm seeing a lot more things popping in, so maybe that's part of what triggers it. But a bunch of tree lines and some buildings. The rest of it still looks extremely flat. So yeah, I am interested that they've done this as a bush trip when it doesn't look like they've really optimized the terrain to be somewhere that everybody would want to fly. I do need to take tips from some people. Like, some people really do go and find like exotic places to fly. I need to go and find some of those places to fly around. But I'm kind of an achievement hunter. I like to go, oh, there's a bush trip, I'll go and complete it. There's a bunch of achievements, I'll go and complete them. There's part of me that, like, I don't even know how much I would have to do, but I want to get, like, there's a 500 hour and a 1,000 hour achievement, which basically nobody will have. But I would literally have to leave my computer running all day and all night, just on an autopilot flight, like, around the world, to achieve those kind of hours. And it kind of seems pointless just for an achievement. However, new sim comes out, be doing all those achievements. At least maybe up to the hour building ones, and then we'll see. Because there'll be some ridiculous hour building ones that I'll never achieve. Most of our viewers are probably still at work, so we'll see how this early stream goes. See, when you tell Pretzel I want instrumentals and they still play music that has people singing in it, a little bit frustrating. 30 seconds till our next waypoint, which is going to be Tonder. We're turning on it now. The town is located at the confluence of Grona and Vida rivers, 1 mile north of Denmark's border with Germany. The town is renowned for its well-preserved late 17th and early 18th century houses, which were built during a local boom in waste production, when Tonder lace was introduced. Now we're heading to Graston Palace. The palace is renowned as the summer residence of the Danish royal family. We are expecting 12 minutes en route. Well, we're working faster than expected, so we're expecting 10 minutes and 30 seconds en route. Oh god, look at that sun in our eyes. I always say this when this sort of thing happens, but it reminds me of when I was doing my commercial pilot's license. I used to have to fly in the afternoon and evenings because I was on a discounted rate, hour building rate with the school. And that always meant landing into the sunset, which is like flying blind a lot of the time. It's good practice when you're, how to use your instruments, but it's not great. It's not a great experience, just having that sun straight in your eyes. Good evening, Mary. How are you? Bella is downstairs tonight with Dana. We have to keep her and Lucky separated. They just had their grooms today. And for reasons I don't care to discuss on the stream, we need to keep them separated. So yeah, Lucky's up here with me and Bella's downstairs with Dana. That way they can both be out of their crates and not just taking turns. Yeah, so that's been a laugh. Hasn't it, pup? You just had a fresh groom. Do you want to show the people? Do you want to say hi? Come on! Oof. Oh, you're tied on, again. For the same reasons we discussed. We can't have him escaping. Hi! Oh, where's the camera? There. Hi! So Lucky's just had his groom today. He doesn't want to look at the camera. Come here. If I let him go, he will run to that door. So he has to be tied on. It's better for everybody. However, if you want to make him feel a bit better about being tied on, go ahead and get everyone you know to subscribe. We are trying to hit 1,000 subscribers. I think it will probably happen when we are streaming the new Flight Sim 2024 content in a few weeks' time. But if you can help us get there sooner, that would be really appreciated. And then Lucky gets his treats. Let me know what you think about the new streaming setup as well. I think it looks a lot cleaner now, where I'm not sitting on top of the actual flying content, and you can see everything that's going on. So let me know if you think that looks better. And I'm going to try, I think, in future streams to also get the chat down the bottom as well, but I couldn't quite figure that out in time today, so that will be a job for another day, getting the chat down the bottom. Because I think a lot of people like to see the scrolling chat in live streams. My chat's quite quiet, you're a bunch of lurkers, but maybe if you could see yourself, you would you'd chat a bit more. It's only a theory. How are we doing on our en route? We are 6 minutes and 10 seconds away. If you look at the navigation screen here, ETE, on the top right pink number, that's our estimated time en route to the next waypoint. So we are looking at 5 minutes and 50 seconds to our next waypoint. But to be honest, it probably looks better if you look behind the plane, because then we're not directly looking into the sunset all the time, and we can enjoy the flat lands of Denmark. I've really, since I got the new joystick a couple of days ago, I've just been testing it out, as I say, because, well, it's the same joystick as last time, but it's a new one, because the last one broke. I've been testing it out, I've been flying loads the last couple of nights. Really been enjoying flying the longitude and stuff when it doesn't fight you on everything you want to do, because the joystick was just putting phantom inputs in all the time. That plane is so sensitive to rudder input, and my rudder was just going like this. Which anyone who watched on my last stream 2 weeks ago would have seen when I came into land, the thing nearly flipped over because it put phantom rudder inputs in. It was awful. So, yep, same joystick. It's the Thrustmaster, whatever this is called, but it's a new one. So, hopefully this will see us through a few hundred hours of Flight Sim 2024 as I harass it a lot. But as anybody knows, being the tech nerd that I am, I do like to use autopilot quite a lot, so my Stream Deck gets a lot of abuse and input as well, acting as my autopilot input, rather than doing a whole lot of manual flying. But that might have just been because of those phantom inputs, so we could try some manual flying and see how that goes. But typically I prefer to do it in multi-engine aircraft, because these single-engine aircraft just have that yaw tendency that becomes a pain in the butt to just hold the rudder all the time, especially when it's up here and not a foot rudder. Let's see what's trending on X. Let's see if we can get some controversy in the chat. Oh, apparently there's going to be some changes to inheritance tax. Let me know what you think about that in the chat. Should we talk about that? Or will that just lose me all my subscribers? We could talk about that on my other channel, Money with Miles. Well, that channel is growing at a steady enough rate now, which is good. Finally, after 6 weeks, we're making some progress with it. Getting some decent returns on the videos now, decent watch time, which is good. But I've been holding off on doing the last 2 videos in my budgeting for beginners course, because it's on pensions and ISAs is the last 2 subjects I want to cover for that sort of personal finance 101 course, if you will. And I don't know what rules are going to change on the 30th of October. And I'm not going to make a video saying these are all the rules that immediately becomes incorrect and out of date a week after I publish it. So if you've been wondering where that content has been, why I haven't done the pensions and the ISA content in the Beginner 101 course, it's because we're waiting for the budget to come out on the 30th of October. The UK Westminster government budget, anyway. There are so many predictions as well, and I just hate it. Even other finance YouTubers are coming out and going, this is what might happen, this is what might be changed, this is what we might do. I don't want to make that kind of clickbait content. I could do it, people would watch it, you know, might even get some subscribers off of it, but right now anyway, I've got so much content I want to make and so many ideas that are better than click harvesting, this is what might happen. I'll just create a video after it happens saying this is what was announced, and this is my take on it. And then we'll go back and create the other 2 content pieces that are missing from that course. And I think at some point I will have to go back and remake the first 2 with the new studio setup so that they're all aligned with the same lighting and the same microphones and everything else. And so it's not completely jarring for people who want to watch the 5 subject matters back to back. Lucky, you need to be quiet. You can't go out. We can't let you go downstairs. Or if we do, we'll have to let you straight outside and then bring you straight back up. And we need to do that during a cruise phase, which is not now, because we're coming up on 43 seconds. And then we're only going to have 3.5 minutes to land. So we might let you out when we're in the cruise phase of the next flight. But we've got about 4 minutes to run, and I ain't doing it when I've got 4 minutes to run. Here we go then. Let's see who spots the runway first. What is it supposed to look like? It is a long, proper runway. Okay, that's good at least. Minutes to run. Let's start dropping our altitude. And we'll basically just plop it down when we see it. I think I might have it in sight. I believe I do. I believe it's in the middle of a bunch of trees. Which is a weird place to put a massive runway, but anyway. I see, it's not that strip there, it's not the strip on the in the field there, it's a different runway. We are flying low now. I was wrong, I didn't have it. It's gonna just pop out of nowhere right in front of me. In a minute and a half. So let's get configured for landing. So that we can react to that. So we'll start slowing down. To get to flap speed. Oh, I think I see it. I think it's left, right in front of me. So I may have to come into the pattern. If that is it, what I think I'm seeing in front of me, let's turn on to base now. Get our flaps in. It's gonna be a really short final. I'm way too high, so we'll just slip it down. This runway's long enough for us to slip down and land late, but you wouldn't do this in an airliner. There we go. Controlled. And we're done. Take out the flaps. Did we have this problem last time? I think we did. We had this problem last time because we flew this one, didn't we? And then it didn't register that this was the correct airport to land at or something. But EKSB is where we are, and that is where we're supposed to be. So yeah, this this flight is broken. Let me check that actually. Yeah, no one's raised it, but I wonder if just nobody's doing the bush trips. Could be. So, well, let's. I think I said this last time. The thing is, you can't kick it to the next flight. You can't. Or maybe, wait a second. Are they literally expecting me to shut down? No, because sometimes if you shut down, that'll end the fight as well. But that hasn't worked. So, we've got two choices. We can continue to the next airport, or we can do a different flight. Let's do a different flight. I think we should fly. Let's fly somewhere in. I'll start from somewhere in South America. We'll do half an hour roughly. What is that? Oh wow, 4 hours? Oh, it's because my wife wanted to fly earlier. She was trying to fly a helicopter. It was quite hilarious. I like flying in the longitude, so we'll fly in the longitude. 1 hour 19 is probably still too long for one flight. Oh, we got arrival, 32 minutes. That'll do. Here's arrivals. Okay. ILS 07. No other ILSs? Interesting. I don't want to go the long way around. We might fly and then go direct to the final approach fix. That'll save us a bit of time if we go this route. Okay, 41 minutes. Let's do this. We will set our cruising altitude something lower today. We might increase it. For some reason this is bugged as well. But we'll set the cruising altitude about 10,000 feet. So hopefully we can get a view of some stuff. We use real world flight conditions. So we'll see whatever the weather's like. And let's go. I'm trying to collect, I think it's 500 different airports is one of the achievements. So I'm just picking random airports to land at. Which is why the Microsoft Bush flights that are world view trips that they've been doing have been really useful for that as well. Okay, so we've been approved to 10,000 feet, straight off the bat, up and up to 10,000. So let's go do that. I don't know why the altimeters decided to do something weird. Anyway, I'll set it to 10,000. We will set our vertical speed. This thing is so powerful. We can do like 5,000 feet per minute. Set the nav to FMS. Prepare auto throttle. Armed. We will set the speed bugs on for takeoff. Oh, where are we? Landing lights on. Passenger safety belts on. Wing lights on. Flaps are down, full and free. Okay, good. Park and brake off. Good, FMS has been activated. V1, rotate, V2, gear up, .400 flaps up, autopilot on. And eat your Ferrero Rocher. That's one of my airline pilot friends used to say. You get to 400 feet, autopilot on, and it's time for chocolate. You've done your job for the next half an hour. Okay, there's a bit of talking and stuff involved. I'm pretty sure I said my cruising altitude was 10,000 feet. We'll do 15,000. We can knock it down. If we end up in clouds, we'll knock it down. I wanted to make sure that you got a view. But it doesn't look too cloudy today in South America, so 15,000 should be fine. As you see, we're climbing at 5,000 feet per minute, and I really don't think the sim shows just how steep that means the aircraft has to be climbing at. Like, you'd be sitting fairly far back in your seat. Let's see if we can make it more of a rocket. Try 7,000 feet per minute. Okay, getting some new subs, thank you very much. So today Lucky's getting these puppy tasty treats. You've got a couple. We got these for training our other puppy. Lucky is 3 years old. But why buy two sets of treats, right? Now you can see this rate of climb. We're trading off airspeed for it, but now we're balancing out. Have I flown with a partner before? I haven't flown with a partner in Flight Sim 2020. I don't think you can. I don't think they have shared cockpit in Flight Sim 2020. And I don't believe it's in Flight Sim 2024 either, although it is a requested feature. I would be quite happy to do the whole flying with a partner thing, but I don't think it's a feature of this sim. Let me know if I'm wrong. Do I use my controls? Yes. So I have my Stream Deck set up as my autopilot controls, and I have my my flight stick set up as well with, you know, these buttons control my flaps on this side of the. I'll move this a second. These buttons here control the flaps. I've got my park and brake. I've got my gear on the back here. I've got my reverse thrust, and then I've got my rudder. So and then I've got my standard brakes here. So yeah, I do fire the controls, but when you're flying airliners like this, once you're 400 feet in the sky, as I said, you're stuck on autopilot. It's a lot of monitoring until you get to approach, when it starts to get busy again. But if there is a way of doing shared cockpit I wasn't aware of, I'm more than happy to try it. The app Your Controls. I've not heard of that app for flying together. I would need to look into it. So I guess right now, no, I don't use Your Controls. Didn't even know it was a thing. I have used VATSIM before for ATC. I typically don't on my streams, but I might start again once 2024 comes out. So VATSIM is basically where people simulate being air traffic control, and you actually talk to them, and they give you clearances and things like this. The issue I have found with that is that unless you've then got like Navigraph and all the latest charts and everything for that area, you can be told to report at certain points of interest that you're not familiar with in that area, because it's somebody local to that area that's acting as the ATC. And then unless you've got all the charts, it's really difficult to comply with those kind of requests. So I typically just use ATC built into the sim. But I do enjoy watching some of the streamers that use VATSIM. It can get crazy. Some people just don't respect the rules and stuff, and don't take it seriously. And then you get other people that take it really seriously. And like, will even try and get you banned if you don't use the right terminology and phrases and stuff. So it's a weird world when you get into the super serious flight simming stuff. But whilst we are in the cruise, I am going to take a quick break, let Wacky out, and I'll be back in a few minutes. we're back. Did I miss anything? Very nice, Richard. I'm glad you managed to get your your VATSIM working. Had a good live stream. I will be sure to come and check out your stuff. Yeah, I say you're right. They will. They'll ban you for anything, and then oh, and then you know, you'll get people that just break all the rules, and then nobody cares. So really depends on where you're flying and the attitude of the people at the time. I don't know why we're now descending to a cruising altitude of lower as we go over the water. That's particularly useless, but anyway. Typically over the water we'd want to be higher. In fact, I might even request that. Let's request that. Altitude increase of 10,000.
Central America Center
We'll
says
go for
that
flight
Charlie
level
Oscar
200.
Tango. Request flight level 200. Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango climb and maintain flight level 200.
We'll go for a ridiculous rate of climb.
Maintain flight level 200.
7,000 feet per minute. Let's see if the plane can do it. I haven't turned off the seatbelt sign yet, so hope the passengers are all still in their seat as I'm putting them on this roller coaster, the Vomit Comet. Go, and because we're at a flight level, I now need to set the barometric pressure to standard, which is 2992, or oh, I'm going to get shot for this. I think it's 1013. Correct me if I'm wrong. In the UK, it's been a while since I've done this properly, and these flight sims always go in the American one of 2992. But I think in hectopascals it's 1013, standard atmospheric pressure. So when you're flying flight levels, to make sure that everybody's flying relative to each other, the same altitude, it's not a true altitude above the ground, it's relative to the standard barometric pressure, so that you at least know that every aircraft that's flying will be separated by the correct separations because you're all referencing the same pressure. So that's how I've set that to standard. You'll see at the bottom of my altitude tape standard baro, and that's what that means. We're now flying flight levels, and then flight level 200 is 20,000 feet. Theoretically, 20,000 feet standard. Let's just make a bit faster progress. In fact, even with these clouds, that's nothing. We might even go up to 30.
Central America Center Cessna
Or
Charlie
flight
Oscar
level
Tango.
300.
Request flight level 300. Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango climb and maintain flight level 260. Expect flight level 300.
Okay, 260. No problem.
Climb and maintain flight level 260. Expect flight level 300. Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango.
Now we're climbing at a slower rate now because the air pressure is less, or the density is less as we get higher, and I don't want to lose too much speed in the climb. The whole point of the climb is to save fuel and increase my speed. So we'll climb at something like 3,500. That's probably a good rate of climb. If you look out the right hand side of the aircraft, you will see somewhere in South America. If you look out the left hand side of the aircraft, you will see endless abyss. Choose your own journey. Remember those books? I just love flying this aircraft. Like, I used to fly the A320 a lot, and I will again when we again move on to the new sim in a few weeks' time. But the longitude, it's just crazy. It's like flying an iPad. Everything's just so simple and straightforward that I think the major airliners, you know, the Boeings and the Airbuses, need to move to a model like this. It's so much simpler and straightforward and clean. I'm sure somebody's going to tell me the reason why they can't, but everything makes just so much more sense with the way that this is all set up, even with the flight controls down here at the bottom and stuff. Is this not copyrighted music? That'll be interesting when I get my stream report later. Pretzel's not supposed to have copyrighted music. Maybe this is public now that it's so old. But typically on Pretzel, I don't know the music. So if anyone's, if anybody cares, the music service that I run, I use the free version. I don't pay for it. I'm not sponsored. I don't recommend anybody pays for it. Is Pretzel Rocks, because you can select copyright-free music and instrumental, and even YouTube-friendly copyright-free music, all in the free version of it. So it's a nice way to get your background music. But I hate subscriptions, so I don't sign up to it. So, whilst we're doing this, let me see if I can find the information for the Microsoft flight tonight, in case we decide we want to join that. Tonight they are flying Copenhagen to Oslo. Let me download the flight plan. Ooh, they're recommending the Beechcraft Bonanza. I do like flying the Beechcraft Bonanza. But they're saying at least 160 knots cruise speed. Yeah, we'll probably join them at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock UK time anyway. See what they're doing. We've missed 2 flights with them now, so it'll be interesting to hear what's happened as they ran, and plus it means I don't have to vamp as much, because as you may have noticed, I'm not the most energetic streamer. I'm more of a chill streamer, so it helps when I can pass the the vamping onto somebody else. We're getting loads of folk tuning in tonight. I was surprised by that, and for me, loads anyway. 5 or 6 at a time is more than I'm used to. I wonder if it's because people are coming to see if I'm flying the new flight simulator, and then realizing that I'm flying the old one and dropping out. So I expect, because it was the alpha test last weekend, people are probably thinking, "Oh, is there another alpha test this weekend? Let's see what's happening." But no, this is still 2020. But I have pre-ordered the Premium Deluxe version of 2024. Officially, my wife is buying it for my Christmas, but I'm not going to miss out on the opportunity of live streaming that from day one, so I'm getting it early. So assuming I can download that and everything, and assuming I can work from home that day, we can get on straight after work and do a good long stream on day one. So that'll be Tuesday the 19th of November. Mark your calendars. Make sure I've got Twitch up and everything ready for when this kicks on at 7. Just get this all prepared. Has anybody been on a flight recently? Anybody got any flights planned? Any awesome autumnal, I guess, holidays? Or maybe you're going somewhere warmer to get away from the cold? Yes, Mary. It's one of those things. You get to an age where you're kind of like, okay, needs is a strong word, but you know, if you need it now, then yeah, get it now and use it now, rather than waiting for Christmas and spending money on something you don't really need or want. That's my take on it. For anybody who wants to know my other thoughts on Christmas spending, go and check out my video on Money with Miles, which is another channel I run, all about that. But yeah, I would miss out on the opportunity to live stream to basically a captive audience of people that are really interested in seeing the new sim, deciding for themselves if they want to buy it or not. You know, you're going to get huge audience. For me, that'd be like 20 people. You're going to get a huge audience in those first week, maybe 2 weeks, that it would be silly to not take advantage of that. So now we're coming in for the descent. Once we hit Selak, we will take the flight plan and go straight to the initial approach fix, which I'm guessing is going to be Kotal. Although the approach is in here, so this might work okay. One of the quirks with this aircraft is that sometimes, if you don't give it a clear approach, it just completely forgets what to do, and it goes, oh, I'm just going to fly off in another direction now. Kind of mental. Anyway. Oh, I'm not... here we go. Yep. We'll kick on VNAV. For anyone who's not aware, VNAV follows the flight planned altitudes in the flight plan, so it'll take you to those altitudes and predetermine the rate of descent to make sure that you are complying with the altitude rules that you put in the flight plan. Obviously, if ATC gives you a different set of altitudes, you have to comply with ATC first, which is why you'll see that I've set my minimum altitude to 16,000, and path is activated, but you'll also see in the nav screen at the top of descent, or TOD, you can't really see it because it's behind that 10 nautical mile marker right now, has been calculated as to when the aircraft will, or would indicate a top of descent based on the flight plan. But we are descending early because we've been instructed to. And then you set a floor basically, so you set the floor 3,000 feet, and then as long as the flight plan doesn't go below your floor, VNAV will calculate all your descents for you and keep you on track. But as I say, you have to set the floor, so you can't turn on VNav and have your floor set at 30,000 feet, and then wonder why it hasn't taken you down to 8,000 feet in time for your approach, or 3,000 feet for your ILS, yeah, to capture the ILS, because you haven't set the floor correctly. So you need to make sure that you move the floor for VNav to work. Again, anything with singing I skip just because YouTube tends not to like it. So it's interesting actually, if you're watching this sort of top of descent on the map, you're seeing it constantly moving away from me because we are descending. So that TOD just outside the circle, we are descending, and so it's calculated top of descent to get to the flight plan altitudes, which you can see for like Merbau is above 9,000 feet, and then at Romco you need to be at 7,000 feet, and then at Pitik you need to be at 5,500 feet. So that's the altitudes it's aiming to get you to. So those altitudes to be at those, they're probably VORs, but points of interest, if you will, markers, whatever. Because we're descending, it's constantly running away from us. And then as we level off at 16,000, it'll start to get closer to us again. But obviously the aircraft won't go below 16,000 because I haven't changed the floor. So as we're leveling off now, as I mentioned, this is what I would expect to see. So top of descent is now just over the land, if I zoom in. It's just over the land, and it's now starting to approach us because we've leveled off. So what I can do, in anticipation of being told to descend, is I can lower now by reducing the altitude threshold, which is the blue number at the top of the speed tape, which is to the right of my primary navigation screen, primary flight display. If I reduce that to, let's say 7,000 just now, you'll see that path in white appeared under V-Alt at the top in white, so it's armed. And then when it turns green, which it will do when we hit top of descent, or the TOD, that's when the plane will start to automatically calculate and initiate a descent down to a floor of 7,000 at Romco, assuming we don't get any other instructions from ATC. ATC will also get upset that we're descending without being told we're allowed to, so I will have to request that. We're at 16,000, I want to go down to, what was it? Oh, here we go. Descending 9,000 feet. See, so it's taking us down. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let VNav do it, just so you can see how that works, in case you haven't seen this on a previous stream. So we'll delay by 30 seconds, and then the aircraft will take us down. And then I expect the viewers to jump up again as we come into land. I have no idea how people know, but my concurrent viewers always jumps up when we're on final to land. It's really weird. I should just do landing challenges. It would get me the most views. Here we go. So the aircraft has now initiated its own descent, which you can see bottom right of the flight screen. It's doing a vertical speed of about 2,000 feet per minute, and it's doing its own descent. So I never set that manually. That is automatically through VNav calculating that descent for us.
Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango, you are trim 1 mile south. Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 07 approach via Lima India Bravo transition. Clear to
So
Lima India Bravo.
now I can set the ceiling to 4,000 feet.
Descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Expect ILS runway 07 approach.
Sorry,
via
the
Lima
4,000
India Bravo
feet.
transition. Clear to Lima India Bravo Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango.
Because that's the 4 for Wiburia. Or is it Wiburia? I don't know. I'm just going to close the window in here, give me a sec.
Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango contact Liberia approach on 119er decimal 8. Good day.
Going to 119er decimal 8 Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango. Liberia approach Cessna Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango is passing 9,500 feet, descending 4,000 feet.
Cessna Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, Liberia. Approach QNH 29er decimal 8 tree radar contact. Continue to Lima India Bravo.
Descend and maintain 3,000 feet Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango.
Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango, you are 15 miles southwest of Liberia. Contact Liberia Tower on 118.8 when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 118.8 Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango. Liberia Tower Cessna Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango 14 miles southwest inbound ILS runway 07 approach.
Cessna Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar, Tango Liberia Tower. QNH 29.82, wind 171 at 4.
Oh, thank you for telling me my microphone was turned off. And I just said some of the most inspiring things and interesting things of my life. So thank you for that. So very quickly, we are on the approach now into Liberia. We're about to do a weird loop round past Ardea to avoid the mountains, and then we will capture the ILS at 3,000 feet, which will bring us into land. Lucky Goddy's treat, Mary. I think you must have been away, or there's a delay in the stream. Both are potentially true. So I'm good. How are you? Is it Sarfraz? Is that right? Sarfraz? Go to Africa and solve world hunger. I am just a simple flight simulator guy on the internet. I don't have that kind of power. Let's slow down, because clearly it's struggling with these turns at this speed. So we'll come down to about 200 knots. Yeah, we're managing this a lot better now. And as you can see, VNav has brought us down to 3,005 feet. We're making our turn now onto our final approach, at which point we will start arming the ILS. And start slowing down. Do I know maths? I don't know. I can do some maths. I know maths well enough to be a qualified pilot. But, you know, don't ask me to, like, calculate the area under a curve or anything like that. I ain't gonna hope to do that. Funny story, Sarfraz. I am well, I was a qualified pilot. My license has expired. I would have to renew it. I chose to take a different path in life, but I did do my pilot training. I have done all the certifications. That's why I look like I know what I'm talking about. 'Cause I kinda do. So you can see now on the primary flight display, I've armed the approach and it's been captured. So localizer LOC is in green, it's been captured. That's keeping us horizontally aligned with the runway, and GS, the glide slope, this is keeping us vertically aligned with the runway on what I expect to be a 3-degree approach. So now we're not using VNAV anymore, we're using the ILS to bring us into the runway, which frees up me to worry about things like, are the gear down, are the flaps down, is the approach speed looking good, are we clear to land, have I put all the lights on that need to be on, things like that.
Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango wind 171 at 4. Clear to land runway 07.
So we're clear to land, now I'll put the gear down.
Clear to land runway 07 Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango.
Gears down, so we can now take the final stage of flaps. We need to slow down, arm the speed brake, we're going far too fast. I can disable the speed brake now. Let's get this out of our way. Two whites and two reds. Everything's looking good. Continue. Autopilot off. Begin flare. Down, two in reverse. Reverse thrusters off, flaps up.
Taxiway.
Welcome to Liberia.
Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango, turn next taxiway. Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango, contact ground on 121.7.
121.7 Cessna Charlie Oscar Tango. Goodbye.
Yeah, my chat's quite quiet. But, you know, go ahead and encourage everybody to chat. I would be nice to have a much more active chat. What are we looking at? We've got 20 minutes or so until the Microsoft stream kicks off. where we'll be joining them for the community fly-in. So, might do is just do a bit of a sightseeing flight around somewhere. Because I've only really got about 10 minutes. You want to start and get ready for that early, so you don't miss the departure time with the community fly-in. There we go. Parking brake on, and engines shut down. Do I know Roblox? I've heard of it. I've heard it's a money sink. Loads of folks spend tons of money in it, but no, I've never used it. I have heard of it though. There we go. For a quick fly around. Washington's always always good for a laugh for flying around. So if we depart from Washington, we'll go fly around the White House for 5 minutes, and then we'll switch over to the Microsoft stream. So we're not flying this, we'll fly in something like ridiculously small and slow. Yeah. Something like this will be fine. So let's do a little bit of sightseeing around Washington for 10 minutes, and then we will switch over to the live stream Microsoft. Thank you, I'm glad you appreciate my setup. It could be a lot fancier. There are guys that live stream like Squirrel TV that have ridiculously fancier setups than mine. Well, this does it for me. What does it say? Scratches that itch, right? Oh look, still packaging polystyrene from the when they replaced my joystick. Oh, of course I would pick an aircraft that doesn't have autopilot. Well, whatever. We'll fly anyway. Did the flight plan even load into my thing? It didn't. It was to the north, slightly northeast of where I am anyways, where I need to go. So let's get going. There's tons of points of interest around Washington, obviously. So, try to keep it low and slow.
Flight design Charlie Oscar Tango, continue for east departure.
Washington Tower Flight Design Golf Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango, continue for east departure.
Put some flap in, that'll allow us to fly a bit slower as we do this sightseeing tour of Washington. Oh look, it's the Washington Monument. fly down to the Capitol, and then we will go up to the White House. I really think they would have dispatched a couple of fighter jets to come and get me if I was doing this in real life. You would not be able to fly here, especially not this low. But this would definitely be no-fly zone. No, I'm not going to crash into the White House. Where are you, my wife? I'm also not going to destroy the Capitol. I'm pretty sure it puts you on a list, you know? If you do a flight sim and you're practicing crashing into the White House, pretty sure you end up on a list for that. And then next time you try to go to America, they go, yeah, you can't come in here because we know what you did in Flight Simulator. Mary, you cannot say stuff like that. Plus, I mean, let's be honest. We'd all rather have Trump than Kamala Harris. She can't even put a sentence together to answer a question. Trump's not great and has many flaws, but, you know, at least he can string a sentence together. Here's the White House, by the way. It has two wings. The West Wing and the East Wing. But only one had a TV show made about it. It's interesting that they've marked out the White House helipad though. So it's like they want you to take a helicopter and try to land on the White House helipad. And so that's the White House. We'll pass over it, but we will not crash into it. We could try to land in their garden. That could be a laugh. We'll do an orbit around Washington Monument. How are we looking for time? Good, we've got about 15 minutes. I'm going to want to take another quick break before we kick off with Microsoft. I don't know what this music is. Going way too fast. No way I can land and stop in time. bricked it. I decided not not to try and do that. I bricked it. This thing flies with like no airspeed. It's ridiculous. It just glides. It just doesn't lose any altitude. This is the problem. Power's off and I'm still gliding. Oh, there's the stall. No, let's be good pilots. Let's not do silly things. Let's go back and put it back down on the airport. Because I'm boring like that. And then it'll be break time. Oh, there's a Pentagon. I hadn't even realised. We should go fight with the Pentagon before we land. I said over, not into. It's interesting that this version has no damage. Power off. We'll glide it until land. Right, let me load in the flight plan for the community fly-in, then I will take a break. And we will come back in about 5 minutes, but let me load in that flight plan. That way you can see everybody else popping into the runway and stuff whilst you're waiting. So, flight conditions needs to be all players, custom, preset. What kind of few clouds? Early in the day-ish. They said we should be in the Beechcraft Bonanza. Where is it? Beechcraft King, Beechcraft Bonanza, here we go. My aircraft, and we need to load from downloads. That's our flight plan. is join this, and I will update the stream to now say community fly-in. Copenhagen to Oslo. Right, and we are prepared. As you can see, there are a ton of other people here already as well ahead of us, and they'll just be popping in more and more and more over the next few minutes. So you can enjoy that whilst I go for a quick break before we get going with this. Okay, I'm back. We are waiting for Microsoft. They haven't started their Twitch stream yet. When we do, they'll appear there in the middle. But they haven't started yet. So we're waiting. We're waiting for good old Microsoft. We can do our pre-flight checks. Do an engine run up. All good. We can set our flight altitude. I don't know what everyone else is going to be flying at, so I'll probably change this later, but let's just say 5,000 just now. It's probably going to be lower than that. They do like to fly. They like to fly lower in these streams. We'll set the nav to GPS. So we are good to go. As soon as Microsoft turn up. Oh, there's airliners and things in front of me. Now, oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. But he's fine. There's loads of people that are over in the stands, probably on other runways, taxiing to get ready to go. So welcome to the Friday community fly-in, Copenhagen to Oslo. We're just waiting for Microsoft to start their stream. And then I will bring that to you live. But whilst we wait, if you've got any big weekend plans, why don't you tell me about them? This is my last weekend of being unemployed. Can you believe I've been unemployed for 6 weeks? Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it's been 6 weeks. I'm telling you, it went way faster than I expected it would. And now I'm just days away from going back to work. It's kind of scary in a way. New job I haven't done before. Well, it's kind of a job similar to a job I've done before, but it's not a job I've done before, so there'll be a learning curve to it, that's for sure. I'm here, so I can take this starting soon banner off. Here we go. So, I will stop pretzel. And bring up the Twitch stream. It's amazing how many people join these. And if you look at the amount of aircraft that are stacked up on the VFR map, some are just flying around for fun, some are taking off now, hovering about. Many are on the stands. Guess they'll come and taxi out, get ready and wait on the runway. There's a bunch sitting waiting on a bunch of the runways. For anyone who's just joined us, I'm not just sitting here being boring for no reason. We are waiting for Microsoft to start their Twitch stream, and then we are joining the community fly-in with them this week, which is Copenhagen to Oslo. But we are waiting for them to start their stream. They must be getting all their pre-flight checks done. They usually have several guests joining them and things, so it takes them a little bit to get started. Give everybody else a chance to get loaded up and get their planes going as well. People are just doing circuits of the airfield whilst they wait. I could do that. We could go up and waste some fuel. Let's make sure our fuel's full actually, because we made this mistake last week, or 2 weeks ago, when we were flying. When one of our engines went out because we hadn't been swapping the fuel back and forward. Now I don't know if this aircraft, I'm looking for it, requires that or not. It does, left and right, there's no both. So we'll have to remember to switch our fuel tanks on this aircraft. Here we go.
This stream is cleared for takeoff.
Hello everyone and welcome. Happy Friday. Happy Fly Day. I'm your host today, Community Manager for Microsoft Flight Simulator CDL. My great pleasure to be joined by two wonderful guests for our 33rd stage of the Flying Friday World Tour. Today we have got West Coast Willie and Mustafa. Welcome back to you both.
Hello.
Hello. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
Always a pleasure to have each of you back on the channel. Let's start with West Coast Willie. For people who may not be familiar with you, why don't you give a quick introduction to yourself?
Hello, everybody. I'm West Coast Willie. I fly a little bit of everything. That's kind of my go-to, so there's no discrimination as far as what you like to fly with me. I like to stream a couple times a week normally, and like I said, really just about having a good time and teaching people where I can.
All right, very good. And what about Moose? Quick introduction to you for anyone who's not familiar with your channel.
Yeah, my name is Mustafa. I stream on Twitch, and I fly mostly airliners, sometimes a little bit of GA, but mostly airliner flights. Trying to keep things fun, but also keep things somewhat realistic. And we have a pretty good community over there.
All right, awesome. Once we get airborne, I'll put links to both of your channels in the chat so people can give you a follow. Seeing some comments saying my webcam is frozen. All right, give me 1 second. Let me try to fix that. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
He's not really frozen. He's just really good at staying very still.
Yes, you can't see me because I'm completely still.
Right.
And it's definitely the first time it's happened.
Definitely only the first time it's happened.
Has not happened at all today.
All right, I'll be back in 1 second.
I am the captain now.
All right, so we're running this thing. How's everybody doing? It's the two new MSFS official, hosts. Do we want to say? How long
That's
do we
right.
got, do you think?
We just fired Jane and CD, and it's
They're
West
outta
Coast
here,
Willie and I are in
so-
charge now. So
Yeah.
there's a new sheriff in town. Oh crap!
he's
Be
back.
quiet. Shh.
Wait, what?
All right, am I back? Is it working?
Yes, you were working
Yes.
for the time being.
All right. All right, we are back again, folks. Sorry about that. Let's talk about today's flight plan. This is the 33rd stage of the Community Flying Friday World Tour. Picking up where we left off last week in Copenhagen, capital city of Denmark. And we're going to be visiting 2 other Nordic countries today, although only one more capital. Our full stop landing will be in Oslo, capital of Norway. And speaking of Norway, my maybe slightly biased opinion, got to be one of the top 5 most beautiful countries in the entire world, right? Anyone object to
yeah.
that?
No.
Like, I think that's not a hot take. That's a non-controversial opinion.
From me,
I don't know if I'd say number 1, but it would at least be in the conversation for number 1, and definitely no question top 5. But we are also going to make a touch and go in Sweden today. We're not going to Stockholm. That'll be next week. But we are going to have a touch and go in Gothenburg today, which is the second largest city in Sweden after Stockholm. So we have a 3-part Nordic Scandinavian Fly-In Friday. Denmark, Sweden, and Norway all represented in our flight plan today. !fly in the chat if you would like to join us. That'll give you all the details for today's fly-in. A couple housekeeping tips if you do want to fly. First of all players, all platforms, all skill levels, all experience levels. Everyone is welcome to join. We'd love if you would. Do make sure you are on Southeast Asia server, so click your Xbox username in the top right corner of your screen, select Southeast Asia from the drop-down list, and before you spawn in, make sure you have multiplayer mode set to all players. Very important, so you can see everyone else in the group flight today. In terms of cruise speed, we have slightly less than 300 nautical miles to go. So we're recommending a cruise speed of around 150 knots. I myself am taking the Cirrus SR-22T. Great aircraft, recently updated. Well, actually not so recently now. It was updated earlier this year by Working Title. Much more enhanced avionics added to the Cirrus SR-22. Moose, what are you flying today?
I am flying the Piper Comanche by A2A.
Oh, very good. Extremely popular aircraft in the community. I think as far as GA aircraft goes, that the community consensus is that one is the gold standard for fidelity in single engine GA.
Easily.
Yeah. All right. And Willie, what about you? What are you flying?
I'm going rotary. I gotta go rotary. So, and it is the beautiful Hype H160. So not only is it, like I said, a helicopter, it's gonna have no problem with the speed limit. So.
All right. Once again, folks, 150 knots is what we're suggesting today to keep up with the pack. And I think we've got all the details sorted. And once again, !fly if you want to join. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to hit the fly now button and get spawned in here and on the runway.
Do it.
That's my dinner just
Sounds
arrived,
good.
so I might turn the mic off and listen to the Microsoft stream and have my
Now,
dinner as we fly
Willie or
for a little
Moose,
bit.
Have either of you been to Denmark, Sweden, or Norway before?
In the sim, yes. IRL, no.
I was gonna say sim time, maybe a handful of times. Real life, unfortunately, not.
I've been to Norway, but not Oslo. We're flying today. I've been to the fjords in northern Norway. Stunning scenery there, like just immaculate. And I've been to Denmark, but not Copenhagen. I've been to the Faroe Islands, which is technically Danish territory, but not what most people, I think, have in mind when you tell them you've been to Denmark. But I've never been to Sweden before, except in the sim.
When you went to the fjords in Norway, were you able to find the plaque for that Slartibotfast won for his work there?
Yeah, the little fiddly bits around Norway.
Yes, the fiddly bits.
Yeah, he was really proud of that. Yeah. Okay, I'm spawned in. Yeah, let's say 3,500 feet for cruise altitude, and if we need to climb higher, we always can. But let's get the parking brake off. Full throttle is in, and I am rolling. We are underway for Community Fly-In Friday, stage 33 of the World Tour, Copenhagen to Oslo via Gothenburg, Sweden.
go.
And rotates, positive rates. Always like to look behind me as I take off and see all you beautiful people taking off behind me on the runway. Always love seeing the big turnout we have each and every week on the Community Flying Friday World Tour.
Castrop Tower
All right,
Beechcraft
Willie was
Golf,
already
Sierra Charlie
airborne
Oscar
before we got
Tango
started, but
continue
is
for east
continuing to
departure.
circle the airport here in Copenhagen.
You gotta get the good view of everybody taking off. That's the nice part about the helicopters. And loiter a little bit.
Aradius says, do we need world updates? I'm lazy to download them. Well, you don't need them. We recommend them, though. World
They'll
Update
just
5
enhance your experience.
Yeah, World Update 5 and World Update 15, both enhanced these 3 countries that we're visiting today, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway. So definitely we would recommend World Updates 5 and 15, but not mandatory by any means. And those are, of course, free downloads from the InSim Marketplace. All right, Moose, you are also airborne now.
I am.
What happened to the stream? Techno, the stream is working fine as far as I can tell.
Yeah, looks like it's working fine from my end.
No, we're looking good.
Sexus says, the music sounds a bit like the song from Agatha All Along, the Ballad of the Witch's Road. You know, I haven't watched Agatha All Along yet. I did like, I watched WandaVision when that came out and really enjoyed it. And the character of Agatha was quite good. But I haven't had a chance to watch Agatha All Along yet, so it's on my to-do list. So much good content out there and so little time to consume it all. Yes, this is literally on the music service we use for the stream here. This playlist is called Scandinavian Music, so I thought that was appropriate today for our flight in Denmark, Sweden, and Norway.
A very lovely row of
Just
windmills
gonna
off
say
the
that,
coast
yeah.
here.
I was just looking at those. I'm fixated on them.
Castrop Tower Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar, Tango frequency change. Copenhagen approach Beechcraft Golf, Sierra Charlie Oscar Tango.
All right,
Is
I've
time
got
Beechcraft, beat
22 nautical
36.5
miles to go to our
Castrop
first waypoint,
2003.
and I've just reached
Request clearance
my
to
cruise
transition
altitude.
Charlie airspace.
with throttle back slightly. We got a cruise speed of around 150 knots. Should be fine.
Squawk 0632.
Squawk 06
All right, here's a question both to our panel, West Coast Willie and Mustafa, and to members of the community in the chat. Did anyone watch the developer stream on Wednesday when we had Flight Effects on demo 3 of their new aircraft coming in Flight Sim 2024? The Jetson 1, the Joby S4, and the Archer.
I
Anyone
did
watch that?
see a little bit of it, yeah, and I love Flight Effects, so I'm really looking forward to seeing like more.
Yeah, you know, I'll be honest. The Flight Effects Cirrus Vision Jet is probably my number one favorite add-on aircraft in Flight Sim 2020. I'll be honest on a second way as well. I didn't think eVTOLs were going to interest me that much. You know, different people like different types of aircraft. I like my gliders and my single-engine GA. That's what I fly in real life. But I like to fly in the sim. Some people like airliners. You know, people have different preferences. Willie, obviously, you're a rotary wing fan.
Yeah.
So I was not necessarily super stoked for the eVTOLs. Then I watched that dev stream on Wednesday, and I was like, these look amazing. I can't wait to try these out.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I think in all the just future of the eVTOL stuff is really starting to gain traction. From what I've seen, at least, it feels like it is. Like, I know even the company I work for, I think we have, it's a helicopter company if that wasn't prevalent, but I think we even have like 5 on order from some company. I don't think it's one of the ones that anybody's developing or that I know about, but it's really a cool thing to kind of see where that whole technology is kind of trying to go.
Yeah, I saw a few comments in the chat during the live stream too. People thought these aircraft were fiction, kind of like the Halo Pelican we put in, or the Dune Ornithopter. No, these are real aircraft. They exist in the real world. They've flown. They've done test flights. They're absolute cutting edge. And I'm not even sure if they've got full FAA certification yet. That's how new they are.
Mm-hmm.
But they are real aircraft. You can order them. You can fly them. They do exist. really cool.
He's
to see
jokingly
something,
taking the
like,
piss.
at that forefront of modern flight being added.
But it's funny to see just how many people are flying
Yeah, I think they'd be really
just
good
using
for,
the
like,
autopilot. How
sightseeing
we're all
flights,
basically
like,
flying
kinda
this
working with
perfect
that
line
for
together.
areas where sightseeing flights or that kind of businesses.
Because everybody's
is
just on the
around,
autopilot.
and incorporate it with that. You obviously got deliveries, whether that be your groceries or Amazon. I know has got.
And there's some that
theirs
are further
open, they're
down that
working
aren't.
on with drones,
But just having a bit of fun or whatever.
Well, so
Interesting world.
we have the Volocopter in flight sim
Yes.
2020 right now. That's coming back in 2024. That's not going anywhere. The reason we don't often use the Volocopter in Community Flying Friday is just because it doesn't have really good airspeed. It's a very low and slow kind of aircraft, which has its uses, but doesn't really match what we do here on Flying Friday. The Joby S4, on the other hand, that thing's as fast as a Bonanza. like it's got a cruise speed of like 175 knots or 180 knots, something like that. So I can definitely see us using some of these eVTOLs on Flying Friday when we, following the launch of flights in 2024.
which is very soon.
Yeah, 32 days, believe it or not.
Very soon.
How many people in the chat are marking the days off their calendar, putting X's on the calendar until November 19th? I'm sure there's at least one of you out there.
Well, it's
I
gonna
may
be
or
very
may not
nice. We're
have
gonna
been.
get back from World Flight, and it's gonna be like right there. So
Yeah.
great timing.
Cool Hand says, I missed the Alpha. Yeah, for those of you maybe had a chance last week, there was the technical Alpha that we ran for 3 days last weekend. For a lot of you, that was probably your first chance to get your hands on flights in 2024. Do want to remind everyone, and we did say this many times in our posts and social announcements and so on, that was a very stripped down pre-release build. The purpose of it was only to test some of the back-end infrastructure, the online services that are being used for flights in 2024. So I know there's a lot of footage out there, some YouTube videos, and people were streaming it on Twitch. There was no NDA, so it was, we were welcome to do that. We weren't enforcing any kind of like tone of silence or anything for the technical alpha. But just want to stress that fact that it is not representative of what the full final release on November 19th will be like. No, multi-monitor support is confirmed. It's a feature in 2020. It's not going away in 2024. As York has said many times now, 2024 is just taking everything that's already great in 2020 and adding to it. We are literally not taking anything away from you. We're only improving and adding new stuff.
It's only getting better.
Now, I am following the magenta line, but I look to my right and I see the big pack of aircraft. You're all kind of a couple miles over to my 3 o'clock position. So one of us is wrong, and I'm not sure who it is.
Well, I'm not following a magenta line because I don't have one, so I'm following the pack.
Looks
And I
like
saw
I'm
West Coast
currently-
Willie in here somewhere, so I thought.
Yeah, I'm currently over the old water tower. So
Okay.
that looks like it would probably be point 2 right after departure.
All right, so my next waypoint is the one designated user 01 on the flight plan. If you're using the PLN file, and I'm currently 5 miles.
Welcome
south
back.
of that.
We are now in the community fly-in with Microsoft
Castle, which we can go check.
and about 100 other people. Flying
Here,
Copenhagen
because
to
I
Oslo.
am using live weather. Spice it up a little bit today.
Ariel 4K says, when you step out of the plane in flights in 2024, can you see other players? So,
I have my dinner on the
I'm
stream.
not 100% sure, so don't say this is...
It wasn't. It's not worth going back in
because
the
I don't know, but my
to watch it.
believe
But yeah, I just
is
finished my
that,
dinner.
like your player avatar, like being able to get out of the plane, walk around...
I have to be
that's
here for
really
the
possible, is
Microsoft Live
career
stream, so
mode and role photographer mode. Could be wrong about that, I'm not sure, and so probably not something we can do in Flying Friday where we can all get out of our planes with our in-sim avatars and like stand around and have a chat together. Not 100% sure on that though, so don't treat that as a confirmation. But I do know like the avatar creation. So
We're about to
that's really the
fly into IFR conditions. I hope
single-player experience.
everyone's IFR rated as we fly through these clouds.
We can go to the pub together. Yeah, we all get the $200 hamburger.
I like how it's become a $200 hamburger now, not the $100 hamburger.
Well, you know, inflation is real, and avgas is not getting any cheaper.
No,
I've
it is
heard as
not.
far as 1,000, so I mean all hamburgers at this point, you know.
Now, for anyone who doesn't know that expression, oh, by the way, just want to point out, I'm flying over this waypoint. We got like a fortress below us. We depart Copenhagen. You know, a star fort with a moat.
Put down a bit. I think we're too high.
Barricades here, ramparts. Star forts always look so cool from the air.
They really do.
Yeah. All right, so the $100 or $200 hamburger. What is the origin of that phrase? It's what general aviation pilots use to describe when they get in a plane and fly to another airport, and then go to the airport cafe and have a hamburger. And the hamburger itself does not cost.
So
$2.
we are following along with the
But the fuel and the
Microsoft
rental
community
time for
fly-in.
your
So
aircraft,
Microsoft, our Flight Simulator, are live
costs
on Twitch.
$100 to $200.
Parking fees, if applicable.
Their channel is
Yeah,
MSFS, so
so what you're
Mike
really
Sierra,
doing is you're
Foxtrot
paying for
Sierra
an hour of
official.
flying time
They are live on
where you
Twitch,
flew
and
to
we
another
are
city to have a
restreaming their
hamburger
stream.
and then
So
go back home. So your
um,
total expenses for
it's
$200
Microsoft. It's a guy called
just to
Seedle,
get a
is
hamburger
his
in the city.
username anyway. SEEDYL,
Factual Gull can do
and he's
VR
the one
stand-up too.
who
Well, I
runs
mean, if you
that
wanna
stream.
get terrible dad jokes.
Totally didn't just forget that this aircraft has retractable gear.
And then everybody just gets given the flight plan
you would
on
not
the
be- you
Microsoft
would
Flight
not be the first
Simulator
person who's
I've been
doing
wondering
blog,
why I cannot
which
get
you can
my
then load into
Speedo,
your
and
Flight
I
Sim on the
just figured
PC
it out.
and
Well, here's the
join
thing,
along, as long as you're all
It
on
is-
the
it
same
is
server.
better to forget you have retractable gear on takeoff than on
Yes.
landing.
Yes. Amen to that.
I have to remember that I have retractable.
Well, as I come down, I'm
Okay, you know.
going through a whole bunch of
You know,
people.
not a lot of helicopters do have retractable
That's
gear.
true.
Used to the,
I just don't see the point. It's such a flat land. There's no point in being so high. Come down, let's enjoy the scenery a bit, right?
As far as flying, I've flown a lot more skids in the sim than I have helicopters. So. Somebody remind me, please. Just, you know, if you see me in chat, you see that.
I don't give out personal information on my stream. But to
Too low
join
gear, too low
the community
gear.
flying is free, yes, but you have to obviously have Flight Simulator 2020 and a compatible computer to play it. But yeah, I'm not giving out personal information on the live stream.
Alright, we'll go to your POV for a little bit.
Nice and close for chat.
You're fine. No harm in asking. Don't worry about it. You might be able to guess if you know the name of my channel. It's not exactly a secret, but yeah, you know. Obviously, the next question might be, where are you from? Where do you live? What's your credit card number? And I'm not giving any of that away.
Cool Hand
But
says,
if you want my
"Just phone
first
the
name, you
runway,
can
you'll
probably
be fine."
guess it from the channel name.
I've got a P-51 and an ornithopter escorting me on my tail here.
Nice view of the fortress there, Willie.
Yeah. Nice little low.
Wow, as I
flyby
came
there.
down, my airspeed just went
Got a couple doing the
way
same
higher,
behind me.
which obviously is to be expected.
I'm gonna do the same thing.
Might have to
Often
slow
the
down,
next
I might end
one.
up in
I
front of
love
the pack.
The fortresses and castles. They're so well done.
Yeah, we don't really get those in America, so.
No. There we go. What is our next one? Lighthouse.
Well, that is a very cool fort.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So speaking of forts and Denmark, you know, a couple hundred years ago, the British Royal Navy was in conflict with the Danish Navy under Admiral Horatio Nelson.
I'm wondering, it looks like
and
don't
they
know.
sunk a lot
Tesla
of the Danish
May Roadster
fleet
S.
in harbor in
Oh,
Copenhagen.
no, that's not what's at the end of that island. I thought that might be what
And
was
in
at the end
those
of the
days,
island.
the age of sail, ships were made of wood and oak trees. made
Well, you
as
never
wood
know. I was
for-
flying around the White House about an hour ago.
If anyone knows anything about oak trees, you know
Can't
that
be
they
too
take
careful.
a very long time to grow.
Sure do.
And so, to rebuild the Danish Navy, the government of Denmark planted hundreds of oak trees, which they would need in the future to be able to build sailing ships. Those trees were not ready to be harvested until like the 20th century. And this is a true story because they had no way of knowing at the time though that wooden sailing ships which had been around for over 1,000 years would very quickly become obsolete and replaced with ironclads and then steel construction. But yeah, it's an interesting story that the Danish government planted hundreds, if not thousands, of oak trees, and then by the time that those trees were actually ready to be used for shipbuilding, the world had moved on and ships were no longer built out of oak.
Yeah, you just froze again, CD.
I don't know why my camera is doing that today. My mic is not frozen, right? Just the
No,
camera.
no, we got your audio, just the camera.
That's a good one. That's a good freeze too.
Yeah. All right. Let me restart here. 1 second.
That's right. Stuck in time.
We're back. Hey. Welcome
All
back,
right.
everybody. It was
Ah,
too
it was
late on that
short-lived.
one. Next time. Wait, there will be no next time. It hasn't frozen. No technical. 8 miles out from a lighthouse. Be the color light. Enjoying my time up here at 1,500 feet.
Will is giving us all the best low and slow views today in the rotary wing helicopter.
I think I should chat.
Now, speaking of the ornithopter and the pelican, I got both of those on my tail now. Nick Graphic, of course, and the ornithopter, Edorid and the pelican. As usual, they're two regular viewers. Join us every week on Flying Friday, and they always like those science fiction aircraft. You know, it's cool that in Flight Sim 2024, like some of those eVTOLs we were just talking about, they look like science fiction aircraft, but they're real.
Right.
Yeah, it's so cool.
The future is now.
It sure is.
Flight is here.
What's my favorite car?
All right, I've got 45
That's a
nautical
hard
miles
question.
to the next waypoint.
I like my Audi.
All right, Moose, do you have Twitch?
Right
chat?
now, I would probably want
I do.
a Tesla
All right, you're on the spot. You.
crap.
if I could afford it. See, maybe a
Chat,
Tesla Model 3
Where are you from?
right now.
And Moose, you gotta read everyone's location.
All right, here we go.
Here we go.
I'm going.
But only
I
for
got
short
mine
trips.
in there too, even.
All right, thanks for hanging out.
British Columbia, Norway,
Catch you in a bit.
Texas, Virginia, West Virginia, Germany, Sweden, Austin, Texas, UK, Washington, Colorado, Hotburn, Germany, Brazil, Canada, Netherlands, Calgary, Oklahoma, Bangalore, Scotland, Sweden, Hungary, Space, Florida, Ireland, Puerto Rico, France,
I know
Norway,
it.
Philadelphia, Germany, Seattle, Rome, Germany, Netherlands, Japan, Canada, Quebec, Canada, England, Germany, Gibraltar, Belgium,
Okay,
Hamilton, Ontario,
10%
Canada,
fuel gone.
Flanders,
Let's switch to
Germany,
the other
Michigan,
tank.
Tyler, Texas, Czechia, Oregon, Australia, Chicago.
So we won't run out of fuel
Germany.
this week.
Woohoo, I actually caught up.
You did. That was very well.
Great, that's a great feeling.
United States, Canada, Mexico, Panama, Haiti, Jamaica, Peru. Everything in space. Poland, my sim froze. That's not a place. Alright, I'm gonna call that a success.
Yeah, well done.
Oh yeah, holy.
That was one of the better location readings we've had on this channel.
Yeah, Scotland, Sweden here.
Some guys are just powering ahead.
Visual Dark, where in Sweden are you? We are, of course,
Who did I forget?
passing into Swedish airspace here pretty soon.
Iradus. What did you
Yeah,
say?
visual.
Did I miss one?
And I'm ahead of
France.
most
You
of
said
them.
France.
But some guys are just powering ahead.
I'm sorry. France.
Yeah, they, oh wow. Can you do that again?
France.
Thank you.
It's not a lot to see in front, but then behind we've got that sun glare,
Coming up
so
on, hopefully
we'll just enjoy the deflection of the clouds off of the water, I guess.
Coming up on about 2 miles up. We'll
It's
see.
gonna be just like a pinnacle.
Typically, if I was flying over water like this, I'd want to be
It's supposed to be
way higher just to make sure I got glide altitude in case I lost an engine. But since we're in the sim and it's unlikely the engine's going to fail, we'll fly
Maybe
quite
it's
low.
tucked
It's
around the
fine,
corner.
no problem.
And once again, for anyone who's just tuning in, !fly in the chat if you'd like to join us today. All the instructions for the flight plan can be found there. And we are currently en route to Gothenburg in
Wow.
Sweden for a touch-and-go landing.
Maybe I offended
On the
that guy
lighthouse.
by not immediately answering all my personal
Sorry,
questions.
everyone in the back.
What's happening here?
Um,
A jammed controller? What's going on?
The Airwolf tune.
Don't worry, Lucky. You still got your
The
treat.
Airwolf theme song, classic 80s television series.
Was the lighthouse there, Willie?
It's definitely here. I'm
Oh,
hovering right beside it now.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. Oh, and there goes that.
Olive has an interesting question here. So after Flight Sim 2024 releases, will Community Flying Friday be on Flight Sim 2024 or Flight Sim 2020? The answer to that is yes. They will be on both. So as you know, we have lots of panelists. It's never just one solo broadcaster. And so our goal is that we will have at least one panelist every week on 2020 and at least one panelist every week on 2024.
Oh, that's awesome.
You, the community, can choose which one you want to fly. You know, we know a lot of you in the chat have already pre-ordered. You're going to be day one pilots on Flight Sim 2024.
That's me.
I also know a lot of you, for whatever reason, you want to stick with 2020, the tried and true. Maybe you've got a lot of third-party aircraft and you're worried they won't be updated and ready to go day one. Whatever your reasons, those are all fine too. Flight Sim 2020 is not going away. It's going to receive ongoing support for at least another 4 years, according to your. So, we're not leaving you behind. However, we'll see what kind of attendance we get on each sim, and if we notice that,
I think majority are going to
95%
end
of
up
you are
on
2024,
2024.
and only 5% are sticking with 2020,
If you're hardcore
then
enough,
we might decide to, revisit
if you're
this.
hardcore enough to
But
be
at least
joining
initially,
um, Community Flying Fridays, you're buying the new sim. You're not
So whichever one you choose to fly on, you'll
yeah,
have
you're not
one of the hosts.
flying 2020 once the new one comes out. That would be insane.
No simmer left behind.
Lipstick says I'll be playing on both using split screen.
Yeah. Just get 2 computers.
That's,
all the more.
Rip that computer.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a bit of a humble brag about.
Yeah, you're gonna have some hell of a computer
right
to do that. Go on, pup. I'll give you a couple of treats anyway.
The chat with your supercomputer.
There we go.
Myself out of the clouds here.
The sea is beautiful.
I should probably, speaking of all this water, I should probably arm my floats just in case. Emergency flotation.
I don't think I have a ditching mode in the Comanche, so.
We're going auto here, so hopefully we don't have to run into any issues.
Any plane can land on water once.
It's true.
That is true. Once.
That is true.
What you doing, pup? Hi. Yeah, we're flying. Yeah, you want to say hi to the
Here's a
YouTube?
question. I actually don't know the
Hi,
answer to
YouTube.
this. Speaking
How are
of,
you doing?
planes
You should
landing on
subscribe
water,
to MyAirMyles.
Did the
Good
A320
job.
from the Miracle on the Hudson, presumably they recovered the airframe.
It's
Is
in a
that it?
museum.
Yeah, it's in a
That was
museum.
going to be my question, is what
Yeah.
happened to that? So it's
Yeah,
in
it's
the
in a
museum.
museum.
Yeah.
They should have given it to Sully. The guy deserves it. Let them have it.
Well, that's true, but you have to think about where would he put it.
In the museum. It probably...
Yeah.
This is mine.
Yeah, that's mine. I did that.
I did that.
Stuxik brings up a good point. Says there are more airplanes in the sea than submarines in the
Yeah,
air.
I remember hearing that
Yeah.
somewhere else. Yeah. Very true.
Yeah.
Fight that.
Although if I ever do see a submarine in the air, I will be very terrified.
I'll be running. Yeah, you do not want
I don't know
that.
if anyone follows the XKCD channel on YouTube, but they did a thought experiment video maybe a month or two ago. What would happen if you had a nuclear submarine, completely airtight, and you put it into Earth orbit? Would the sailors on board be able to survive like it was a spacecraft? The answer is no. maybe for a few minutes they could.
Yeah.
But not like a purpose-built spacecraft with astronauts on board could.
I would also be curious just to know, a submarine, just like an airplane is built to go up into lower pressure and withstand the forces exerting on the outside of it more than the other way around. A submarine is the exact opposite. It's designed to resist forces pushing in on a crushing hit from the side. So be curious to see what it would do in a vacuum, where all the force is pushing out now instead of the other way around.
Yeah, and that's interesting you brought that up. That actually came up in the aftermath of the Ocean Gate submarine that got crushed trying to explore the Titanic.
The Titan,
wreckage.
yeah.
Yeah, so James Cameron, the filmmaker, who, believe it or not, is actually one of the world's foremost experts on like deep sea submersibles. He's made billions of dollars from his movies, and then he uses his movie money to indulge his passion, which is exploring the oceans. So he's actually one of the foremost experts on this kind of thing. He was interviewed on several television broadcasts where they're asking, what went wrong with the Ocean Gate submarine. And he said they used carbon fiber material to build the frame of that, which proven material. It's used in a lot of aircraft. 787 very famously is built of carbon composite materials. And it's great for what Moose said, where you have higher pressure on the inside pushing outwards. It's really strong for that. It's not so great in the opposite scenario, which is where you have higher pressure on the outside pushing inwards. And he said that people in the know, in the deep sea submersible community, the real experts, they would definitely advise against using carbon composites for that type of mission.
They use an Xbox controller instead of a Logitech one.
Well, that was kind of I know that got a lot of memes on the internet where it was revealed that they were using a game controller. That's not really that big an issue.
No, it's not.
I think that.
Video game controllers are being used for a lot of purposes now, and controlling a lot of machinery outside of their purpose-built design for controlling video games. I believe, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe like military applications use video game controllers that have been modified now. Like,
I'm sure there's probably quite a few being used. Yeah.
By modified, do you mean they painted them in camo?
Somebody just got a big contract to make a really cool one.
Well, and to bring this conversation back to flights in 2024, when we had the developers from Flight Effects on the channel here on Wednesday to discuss some of the eVTOLs they're making, the Joby and the Archer, they actually said, and they were not kidding, that probably the best way to fly those aircraft is with an Xbox controller. It's actually the actual best experience is to use a game controller, not like your traditional sticker, yoke, rudder pedals, etc.
Yeah, those are going to be a lot of fun. Definitely looking forward to that.
Tuscan says they use game controllers mostly for unmanned vehicles. Yeah.
like my next POI is going to be a water tower before we hit. Is it Save? Echo Sierra Golf Papa? How would you pronounce if anybody's a local in this area? This is the Swedish. I could ask Visual. Visual, my Swedish friend. Where are you at, Visual Darkness?
So I've got the first touch and go is Echo Sierra Golf Papa into my flight plan.
Sierra Golf Papa. Yep.
Willie, Visual's asking you to write down what you said.
Visual, my friend, there you are. How do we pronounce? Oh, I don't know how to do the little. What is it called? Save. It just looks like save, but that's not it. There's the two little dots above the A.
Oh, the umlauts?
Yes, what he said. Those ones.
Pork. True Swedish. Pork.
Winterband, I'm in the high performance H160, so it's their, I will say, latest release. I don't think they've released anything since this. So it's a technical masterpiece of a helicopter is what it is.
High Performance Group is also developing some default aircraft for flights in 2024.
Oh yeah.
Uh, Haven't confirmed yet if they'll be on a future developer live stream, but I know Jorg is reaching out to several of the dev teams that are making aircraft and hoping to bring them on, just like we had Flight Effects on earlier this week. We're hoping to bring on some teams from some of the other aircraft developers. And yeah, for all you rotary wing fans out there, I don't know if Sergio's in the chat. If you are, shout out to Sergio. Maybe we might have High Performance Group come on one of these days.
Yes.
Oh, now look at this. I have got a Beechcraft stagger wing behind me to my 6 o'clock position there. Is this a hot take or is this conventional wisdom that the stagger wing is one of the most beautiful planes ever built?
I was just gonna say, I saw one in real life at, I think it was at the Aviation Museum here a couple years ago. Yellow, it was just, it was just such a nice thing to lay your eyes on in real life. Such a beautiful. Very good mix. I see a couple Broncos too, and I can respect the Bronco. I love that plane as well.
Is the Echo Sierra Golf Pop, is that a touch and go?
It is a touch and go, yeah.
Oh.
Ola, when you type fly, !fly, that'll give you a link to our forum post that has all the details for today's flight. So PLN file you can download if you're on PC, a map of our flight plan, and everything else you need to successfully join and fly along with the group.
Also be careful, because if you're thinking a happy thought when you type that, you will levitate off the ground.
You know, Moose, I know you're a big Disney fan. What was it in Peter Pan that enabled someone to fly?
It was fairy dust and a happy thought.
There you go. Okay, so you're halfway there with the happy thought.
Yes.
Need the fairy dust as well. But speaking of Moose, you know, you being a Disney fan, I'm going to put a link to your channel here in the chat. Recommend. Maybe not. Moose. There it is.
Wow, going in here.
So Moose, you often stream Microsoft Flight Simulator. You do a lot of like airline ops on your channel.
Indeed.
But that's not exclusively what you do. You also periodically have karaoke nights.
This is true. This is true.
And you're pretty killer at some of the Disney tunes, I have to say. What's your favorite one to perform?
Oh goodness, my favorite. So I think one of the favorites. There's many favorites, but one of them, just because it's probably one of the first ones that I really did on stream, and it's such a fun one to do, and it's Poor Unfortunate Soul.
Yes.
Ursula sings
Yes,
in Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
It's just such a hilarious. And you got to do it with the accent and the deep voice.
Yeah.
Pathetic.
We have another Star Fortress below us here. See that? See the outlines of the Star Fortress here? Once again, these always look so cool from the air.
Pretty close to that shit, man. You got a great view there.
All right, here's a question for the chat. We don't often ask this, but you know, we point out interesting aircraft we see every now and then flying along with us. But you know, chat, we asked you for your locations. What about Willie on the spot now? It's your turn.
Oh man.
Chat, if you're in the group formation today, what aircraft are you flying? And Willie, you're gonna read out everyone's planes.
Charlie Oscar Tango contact. Got aboard. Approach on 124.68.
I'm waiting. I'm in the 160. DC3. C-160 Transall, Honda Jet, 7478, Bonanza, M20R, DA62 Pelican, Knights, Beach 18, Bonanza, F14, Ornithopter, JMB Vertigo, Vision Jet, B60 Duke, 930 TBM, ATR 42, Bonanza, DC6 Caravan, Mitsubishi MU2, Cessna 310R, Caravan, Asterix, B2, Bonanza, DA42, Cessna Grand Caravan, TBM 930. Ooh, the Hopewolf 190, good choice. ATR 42, Short 360, Canadair CL 415, Grumman F4F, nice. DA 42, TBM 850, Staggerwing. There's the Staggerwing, the Bonanza, the Baron, the Extra 330.
This is below.
Big assortment. We got everything from jet to
holy.
vintage props to turboprops.
Another Canadair. I can really appreciate that Canadair 415. Ooh, it's so nice. I love that thing. Another Vision Jet. Somebody flying the new Beechcraft Sierra C24R from Fly Somewhere. That's a new one. Spitfire. A Honda Civic.
Honda Civic?
I'm a huge Honda fan, so I'm all on board with that. I'll let that one slide.
Is it a flying Honda Civic? Because that's...
You'd be surprised with those vehicles, man. They may as well be able to do anything. As long as you change the oil, you're good.
But we talked about how any plane can land on water once. Any car can fly once.
Once.
Yeah. Well, if you're Red Bull, maybe. You know. That's another thing. You know, I feel like the eVTOL over like the flying cars. In the beginning, it was like we got to have flying cars, and then it's like, do we really want just the general public having at it? You know? And they're like,
No, you'll never have flying cars unless they're fully automated. There's just no way.
yeah.
The general public can't handle 2 dimensions. Give them a 3rd dimension, it's going to be terrible.
Got aboard.
Kidding me?
Beechcraft Golf Sierra
Well-
Charlie Oscar Tango. Request clearance.
I kind of
to
think that's where
transition
the
Charlie
future,
airspace.
if eVTOL sky taxis ever take off, and I'm a little bit skeptical, but we'll see. You know, I'd be happy to be proven wrong on this one, but if they ever do become like a normal way to get around the city, first of all, that would be awesome. That would be so cool. Second, I do think you're going to need heavy automation.
Yeah.
To the point where they're basically self-flying. As the operator, you get in, you use the onboard mapping service. You put in where you want to go, and it just takes you there automatically.
But with that said,
no
though,
human operation.
with that being said, Cirrus has done some amazing stuff with like their auto land feature, right? You got to think that is doing. I think it does almost everything. It gets you on the runway. It contacts who it needs to contact. It like the technology's kind of already there, right? So that's why I think it's greater than.
Yeah, so we talked about this in the stream before, the Cirrus Safe Return Auto Land. Now, I don't have it in the SR-22, but it is part of the Cirrus Vision Jets. The way this works, there is a button in the cabin And if the qualified pilot becomes incapacitated, a passenger with no aviation knowledge at all can hit this one button, and instantly what the plane will do with the autopilot will take control. It'll change the transponder code to 7700, which is the internationally recognized transponder code for declaring an emergency. It'll use text-to-speech to transmit a radio broadcast declaring a mayday, saying that the pilot is incapacitated and this is an automated message. The aircraft will then automatically calculate where the nearest airport with appropriate landing systems, because you do need certain instrument landing systems enabled at the airport for this to work. It'll find where that nearest airport is. It will then navigate to that airport and land autonomously without any human intervention. And this works. This is technology that exists today, and it works, and it has actually saved lives in the real world.
That's crazy.
There have been scenarios where a Cirrus pilot on an aircraft with the Safe Return Auto Land equipped has been incapacitated. A non-qualified passenger on board has pushed the button, and the plane has safely landed. And that is incredible.
That is incredible. I do feel like, though, there's a copyright infringement here on the Staples Easy button, but sure.
Never mind their cap system, so the parachute they have.
Now
type of emergency.
we do have that in the sim. It's not modeled on the SR22, but if you look at my point of view here,
They do not pull.
yeah. So up here, this is the CAPS, which stands for Cirrus Airframe Parachute System, right there. So if you look, where there's the passenger seats behind, you look up on the top of the canopy or the top of the cabin here, the SR22. In an emergency situation, a passenger or the aircrew can activate the CAPS, the Cirrus Airframe Parachute System, and this will deploy a parachute not for the occupants on board, but for the plane itself. A parachute will deploy off the top of the airframe.
It does sound funny when you word it that way.
Thanks for telling us. Just
not for the passengers, for the airframe. The parachute will deploy. The airframe will then push the passengers out to save weight. It will fly gently to the ground.
So, well, not quite like that, but I just wanted to clarify that, you do not bail out of the plane with a parachute.
The plane bails you out.
Yeah, the plane itself will deploy a parachute, sort of like the NASA spacecraft of the 60s that returned to Earth by parachute, not like a space shuttle which landed on a runway. It sort of works the same principle. The aircraft itself has a parachute and will then sort of gently come down to a safe, I won't say landing, but safe touchdown. And in a lot of cases, the aircraft can be repaired and flown again. It's not a write-off, even though it was able to land by parachute.
Will drift safely down into crocodile-infested waters.
Criminal Pilot says the GMB VL3 also has the same thing. Yeah, I wonder. So this was pioneered by Cirrus, but I wonder if this is technology, and I actually don't know. Maybe someone in the chat will know. I wonder if they are not patenting this technology and are just sharing it with the industry as a whole. Sort of what Volvo, the car manufacturer, what they did with the 3-point safety harness. So that was invented by Volvo, and they refused to patent it, and they actually just gave it away for free to every other car manufacturer in the industry because it saves lives. And they're like, we don't want to
have seatbelts.
We don't want to profit off of life-saving technology. We just want to give this away to other car manufacturers. So I wonder if Cirrus is doing the same with the CAPS and the Safe Return Auto Land. I wonder if they're just not patenting that so that other aircraft manufacturers
so
can also
I have been monitoring this whole time.
technology. Anyone in the chat know the answer to that?
But it's good just to listen to the
Good question. I'd like to
the
know as well.
podcast. But I'll come back and interrupt, just because we're about to do the touch and
We
go.
have got a raid from 10 minutes until landing. Welcome in.
Nice.
Nice to see you.
Friendly face.
So we'll
Yeah,
do the touch and
friend
go.
Friend of the channel, sometimes guest co-host. Hope you had a great stream. 10 minutes.
As far as you know, the Autoland is owned by Garmin. That would make sense. TVM's especially the newer TBM models, I would presume.
And 10 minutes, where were you flying today? Let us know what you were doing on your stream before you rated us. Anyone who's not familiar, I'll put a link. This command should work. There we go. You can check out 10 minutes until landing on his Twitch channel over there. I don't say this lightly, but it's very well known that he has got the best voice of any Microsoft Flight Sim Twitch streamer. Anyone who has ever watched his channel before can vouch for that. You were flying in Osaka. Very nice photogrammetry there. Yeah. Osaka, second largest city in Japan.
So here we go, coming in for our touch and go.
Japan,
Meaning we will tap down on the runway, remove the flaps, apply full throttle,
Did you say run the Great Boot
and go
City
straight off again.
No, food city.
Oh, food. Okay, that makes more sense. I
Let's
was
touch down, flaps up to second stage. Sorry, I should say first stage in this aircraft. Full throttle. Some guy's off taxiing and parking for some reason. He's given up. Up.
Conuts,
Great.
the crowd are going to join.
Gear.
Yeah, so our next touch and
Autopilot.
go is Echo
Let's go.
Sierra Golf Papa. Currently
My altitude
12
back
miles
up
away,
to
so we'll get
2,000.
the runway in sight momentarily. So if you're just joining us, maybe if you came in on that raid and you'd like to fly along with our group flight today, just spawn in at Echo Sierra Golf Papa. And our group flight will be doing a touch and go landing there in a few minutes.
And I will hand you back to Microsoft
Remember, you have landing gear.
until we get to the full stop landing.
My man. Yeah, that's what the community's all about. They remind you to
Right.
put your landing gear down, to put it up. They remind you to not blow through VNE.
Yeah.
Um,
You know, if you're a streamer and you make
Don't bust
any
the Bravo.
if you make any kind of flying mistake at all, you have a very helpful community in the chat who will very helpfully suggest what you could be doing differently.
What's
Not-
better than a
Or I'll
backseat
laugh.
driver?
Yeah, or a
Backseat
backseat
driver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, one backseat driver. Have you ever flown an A320? You know how many seats those things hold?
That's right. Pilot opens up the cockpit door in the landing stage. I could really use some advice.
Yeah. Anyone have 500 hours in Microsoft Flight Simulator?
Here we
I'll
go
respect
again.
the title of pilots.
Oh no, we got Stevie going.
I demand you respect my title of pilot.
Dragon, will CD try to fly under the bridge before the touch and go? So long as you let him know there's a bridge there, I'd say the answer is for sure yes.
What kind of question is that? Everyone knows I'm not a coward.
He's the bridge guy.
All right. I assume you mean this bridge
It's
right
gonna
here.
be the
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll start my descent, and we will fly underneath that bridge. What do you mean
Goes
try
on.
to? What do you mean try to fly under? I will successfully fly under that bridge.
Do or do not. There is no try.
Yes.
So this
Sage,
airport.
sage wisdom from a Jedi Master right there.
That's right.
Does Flight Sim 2024 reset your flight sim hours? Yes, your pilot logbook does not carry over from Flight Sim 2020 to Flight Sim 2024. That was confirmed in one of the
That's
previous...
very bad news for the pilot with 500 hours in the sim. You're not going to have that.
Oh,
to stand on
well,
for a
you
while.
gotta print it off. You gotta print a
You gotta print it
screenshot off.
off.
You know, what you do is go to Sporties and buy a real logbook, like a pen and paper logbook.
That's actually
looked at it
that's
when
a
he-
good idea. Yeah. Well, my logbook in the sim sadly hasn't saved for a large amount of hours. I just kind of use the Xbox app and round out a little bit, but like yeah.
You have developer mode on, so it does not track.
No, I haven't had to. No, it started to track recently. I'd say maybe in the last couple months. I've noticed it. Like, okay, I don't look at it, so like I saw it going up. I was like, I think it's going up.
Fork and Toaster says the eye tracking looks crisp. Yeah, so I've got a Tobii Eye Tracker 5. If you're wondering how I'm doing that. Swedish company. Here we are in Sweden, and appropriate. Toby is based in Sweden. And yeah, definitely recommend it. I would say if you're a new simmer, if you're someone that's looking to enhance your flight sim experience, number one thing you should get for peripherals is a set of good flight sim controls: sticker yoke, rudder, and throttle. And then after that, if you're not going to fly in VR, is a head and eye tracking solution like
I
the
heard
Tobii Eye Tracker 5.
I heard the popping sounds. You frozen
Heard it
again.
too, Moose.
Yep. I've
Yeah.
noticed it's like the fire swamp in Princess
Oh.
Bride. When I hear the popping sounds, I know he's about to freeze.
All right, chat. It's your two favorite hosts.
That's right. We're
All right,
back
I've
at it
gotta-
again.
We're
I've
back.
got to rejoin the live call.
We've
See, he
made
did
our
this on purpose. He was too
third.
scared to fly into the bridge, so he
Yeah.
dropped
What?
out
No,
of
there's
the,
video
Yeah.
footage of me
This
flying.
guy,
over
this
it.
guy said he was flying under the bridge, so we had to get him out of here.
Get out of here with this nonsense.
I'll definitely take the bridge for a spin though.
There is video evidence of me.
He's back.
I feel it's been doctored.
It's AI generated.
Yes, exactly.
ChatGPT to generate a video.
I saw those weird airfoils coming out of your wing in different angles that don't make sense. Now I know it's it's AI.
All right, where is the runway here? I think this is at my 12 o'clock. I'm 5 miles away, apparently. Visual Dash says, did not know Toby were Swedes. Yeah, we work pretty closely with some of their team a few times. They're some of our favorite community partners to work with. And yeah, I believe they're based in Stockholm, but I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, you can look that up online. You can find where Toby is headquartered. All right, I don't have the airport in sight yet, which is a little bit unnerving because I'm now only 3 miles out. Oh, wait, I think I see it. I think that looks like a runway over there, which it makes sense where all those other planes are heading towards. Just,
Generally a good indicator.
embrace your inner lemming and follow the pack.
That's right.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango, you're leaving my airspace radar service. Terminated squawk 7000.
Never mind the cliff.
Frequency change approved.
Cliff.
Squawk 7000.
Apparently,
Frequency change
someone in
approved.
chat can
Beechcraft
validate
Charlie Oscar
this,
Tango.
but the famous myth of lemmings walking
Alamo
over a
Center
cliff because
Beechcraft
they
Golf
mindlessly
Sierra
follow the
Charlie
pack.
Oscar Tango is type
That was
Beechcraft
apparently
B
doctored by the
3610
Disney
miles
company in a
southwest of
documentary
Sierra
they
Golf
made.
Alpha
And
Really?
Lemmings don't actually do that in the wild, but the Disney company thought it made like more dramatic footage for this nature documentary. Can someone in the chat look that up? I vaguely recall.
Eliminates the
reading
point of a
something
documentary if you're gonna.
Oh, what's going on?
Sure it
That's
is.
crazy. Is this real life?
about it. Oh, there's a deep cut.
Is this real life?
I can't feel anything.
That's such a good video.
Roger Beechcraft.
All right, I'm coming a little bit high here, but that's okay. Got lots of runway.
Just passing the harbor here.
We're gonna full send this landing.
I haven't even made it to the bridge, but I'm enjoying myself 100% of the way. This is a roof where,
Temporarily disable player nameplates so I can see the runway a little bit better. 4 white poppies, never good to see that on final approach. Although 4 white is better than 4 red.
I was gonna say, yeah, 4 red is definitely worse.
All right, 90 knots coming in a little bit hot. Not too bad though. Oh, I ballooned. That's because I came in too fast. Ah, not my finest landing. That's all right. You know, if I had landed like that in my PPL check ride, I still would have passed. Still would have got my license. They don't all have to be beautiful, smooth butter landings. Visual Dark says, I think that's true. This is about the lemmings. Allison Johnson is in the chat. Hey, Allison, nice to see you. Lipstick forgot to put the ATR back onto takeoff mode and almost overran the runway.
Slipping to lose some airspeed here.
Alright, it's my turn for the bridge coming up here. I can see it.
Oh, this runway is closed.
Somebody in chat, I believe, said this runway has actually been closed to this airport, whether it's true or not, for 6 or 7 years, but I believe it's still open in GA.
Oh, okay.
Pork and Toasters, this is a good question. I like this question. Do you ever get paranoid that bad sim habits will carry over to the real cockpit? And I guess that is no. Real world flying is a lot different than sim flying.
They feel completely different.
Yeah, you're always thinking safety top of mind in real world flying.
And we're back on the go.
Yeah, you would hope you're always thinking safety. But yes, as a good pilot, you should be thinking safety.
Yeah, so things like flying underneath bridges and that crazy landing I just did where I had 4 white pappies and I was like, yeah, I'm gonna full send.
Unstable approach.
Yeah, coming in way too fast on final. These are things I would never do in a real plane. But in the sim, because there is no actual danger, we can have a little bit of fun and we can do things that we should not do in a real aircraft. Yeah, as Mayamar writes, you don't drive in real life the same way you do in Grand Theft Auto.
You don't run over pedestrians like every time you go out?
You don't drive on the sidewalk because there's a red light and all the cars in front of you are stopped and you would want to go around them. Run every red light you see.
Yeah. I don't think I've been doing life right.
Find my helicopter under the bridge. It's happening.
Okay. I got your point of view up.
What is our next waypoint there, CD?
Well, it's the one labeled User 4. And I'm 12 miles away right now.
You don't know what that is, though?
I don't know what it is, unfortunately.
Does nothing for me.
It's a bridge. It's another bridge.
It's a bridge? Oh, that means we're flying underneath it.
Looks like it.
Ederin says, and I hope I pronounce this correctly, I don't speak Swedish, but Ederin says this Svansund Bridge? That sounds German. Maybe I didn't pronounce it correctly. Yeah, my mangled pronunciation sounded more German than Swedish.
There you go. Bridge number 1 tackled.
Svinasund, says Ederin.
Svinasund.
Guess I won't really bother with the touch and go here.
Hi, wife. She was complaining my camera was off. At least somebody's watching. My biggest fan.
Have either of you
Well, at least it's better than it's my mom, I suppose.
Yet?
Although I'm sure she's watching too. But my wife is
I
my
have
biggest
not,
fan.
Although I did hear someone mention in my chat yesterday that it's been causing some CTDs.
Really, I mean, I've been using it the entirety of this flight, and I've been
No
pretty
issue?
before, and I am using it. I'm using it with Active Sky as well, and I'm doing good so far.
I have an option here to put user in timeout. That'd be hilarious.
Alright, now...
Can't do that in real life.
7 miles from the
I could
next
pin the
bridge.
message
I see
too.
It is a bridge, and I've got it in
So
sight.
everybody will see it forever.
That chat right there. This looks like another one that's very easy to fly underneath. No challenge here at all. Now chat, and once again I'm going to ask this, we need video proof. 2 weeks ago we were in Berlin on Fly-In Friday. and I tried many times and
I was
failed each and
thinking-
every one of them to fly through the Brandenburg
See,
Gate
just how long,
over
even if I just,
the
you know,
Prince
leave it
Valley.
running and go to sleep,
Has
if I leave the stream
anyone
running, if it'll generate
successfully done
subs,
it with
or it might
video
generate watch time. Just set like a
Video,
transatlantic
Pixar
flight
didn't-
going
Pixar
or
didn't
something and go
happen.
to sleep.
The Brandenburg Gate.
See if I come back to
disaster.
more subs,
Yeah.
or I come back to
Because
no
I'm not
subs because
sure
everyone's
if it's actually
unsubbed.
possible. Well, obviously in real life it can't be done. But in the sim, is it possible? And has anyone done it with video through? Because I took several attempts at it, and again, failed every single time.
Lucky you've just
I'm
been
not
outside. You
convinced
don't
it
need to
was
go outside
bad
again.
flying by me. I think it might be one of those things that was physically impossible.
Desperate to go downstairs and see his
He says
girlfriend.
they didn't think the drone camera could even get through it, so that
We
may
can't
be
allow
it.
that.
Maybe.
The drone camera.
Ingo, it says you love the confidence. All right, I'm willing to admit that, I was wrong, and it is a skill issue, as Lipstick says. It very well might be, but I thought I made some pretty decent-looking attempts and could not successfully do it. So
Got eyes on the bridge.
It was funny. I was looking at my analytics for my Money with Miles channel, and
Starting my
can you
attack
guess who
rundown.
it says my top fans are?
Rest assured,
It's my same two top fans
Yes.
on this channel. It's quite funny. So I go to community.
came from behind.
Behind.
Well, I'll try and show you this on the iPad. Don't know if that's going to come up or not properly, but
I think
yeah, these are my
closer to
top
the bridge
two
than you are, Moose. Now,
Okay, on
supporters on my other channel
if
as well.
If I dive to get below this, am I going to exceed B and E here? You know what? Full send. We're doing it. We're going in full throttle. That'll keep those fighters off our backs.
I really need a better webcam. The quality of this one is trash. Maybe something
What
to
about that tower?
look for at
Worry about
Christmas.
the fighters. I'll worry about the tower.
Now, I'll also sub,
We're
and I've just
gonna quote
regained a
Star
sub.
Wars.
Was it the same
It's like
person?
Beggars Canyon
I don't
back
know.
home.
Lucky got some extra treats, but why not?
All right.
Why not? I'm
Here's me
feeling
flying the
generous.
bridge.
We've been going for 3
Easy,
hours or
easy,
something
easy,
now.
easy.
Not even sure how long I've been going for.
All right, I'm making my
5
approach
o'clock,
to the
right? It's
bridge
8:15.
now.
Yeah, 3 hours and 15 minutes. Go on, have some treats.
I don't know. Fly casual. keep your distance, but don't look
Look
like
like you're trying to keep
Yeah,
your distance. Where is that shuttle going?
Everyone seems to have spread out. It's like when we first started flying, we were all flying at roughly the same position. And I think that touch and go really spread the crowd out. Anyone who's watched my streams before, when I do the fly-ins, I like to try and arrive a little bit early,
Oh, okay.
so
oh,
we
wow,
can
that's
judge
not
other
good.
people's landings. So if we get in a bit
Apparently
early on
there's a
today's
hitbox
flight, we'll do the
nearby.
same.
Oh, that is not good.
Oh,
See if I
Well,
can resurrect
all
it
right,
here.
Moose, you're gonna.
Bella
you're gonna do
steals all of
something
Lucky's
here in a
treats
second.
whenever he gets a bone or anything like that. So she is well
Yeah,
compensated with
excellent
treats. I
job
think
for
Lucky's
that,
probably in the negative on that one.
Hobby, I've been hit.
See if you can lock it down. Jack? Jack!
You sub and lost game.
Here we go. We're going in.
Yeah, I thought it was the same person. We give Lucky the treats anyway, but typically we try to do it for net new subs.
Oh, here we go.
But he's been a good boy and we're doing a long stream today. Normally we'd only do about 2 hours, 2 to 3 hours tops.
I think I heard screaming.
So today going for
How do I get it
the
back
minimum
in
of
the air? Is there a
4,
trick
I
to
would have
this?
thought.
Well, yeah, you tell Master
He
Yoda.
he deserves treats for being a good boy.
And then Yoda activates slew mode.
We've got so far still to go in this ridiculously slow aircraft.
Repair the prop while I'm sitting here. Maintenance.
We have steady flow in the shot with the take here, saying Star Trek is the more superior product.
Don't give me that.
You know, it doesn't have to be either or here. I like both Star Wars and Star Trek. I find Star Wars is more sort of action oriented and kind of more exciting, and I find Star Trek is more sort of high concept, big ideas, more intellectually engaging and stimulating. I enjoy them both, but for two different reasons. We don't have to pick one over the other. Coolhand Coolhand is a gentleman of culture here with the Galaxy Quest reference.
Oh,
Never
there we
give up.
go.
Never surrender.
Never surrender. Oh, shut up.
By Grabthar's hammer.
What a savings.
What a savings.
What's the command to go up in slew mode? I can move around.
F4.
Not anymore. I must have deleted that.
I'll see if it breaks my helicopter. Go for redemption.
It's one of the Chuckle Brothers' birthdays, apparently. Paul Chuckle. Tell me in the chat if you remember the Chuckle Brothers. And prove it by quoting their most famous quote. Or catchphrase.
Ooh. Steady flow with another hot take here. Trolling our chat, or at least trying to cause arguments.
Cause arguments.
What
What'd he say?
No one can beat Picard, says Steady Flow.
Oh, I'll go with that. I'm okay with that one.
All right, chat. Kirk or Picard?
Picard. Captain Jean-Luc Picard of the USS Enterprise. What? That says num 9. Oh.
Can I pronounce your whole name?
Oh, that's not.
Probably
that's
not
translated.
correctly.
What the heck?
We've got a lot of
We can
write-in
give it a
votes
go.
for Cisco and Janeway.
Sarfraz Himayat? That's how I would, that's my guess.
So this is a true story, by the way. The United States Navy, in their officer training programs, when they're training people to command naval vessels, they actually use the fictional
what's that point of interest
Captain
over
James
there?
T. Kirk, as portrayed in Star Trek, as
Really?
what they view as having some of the most ideal qualities.
Thanks. And where are you from?
There we go. Ha!
I'm guessing not America, since you said you've not been to America.
You gotta rise up. Alright, let's see. Restart thing here. Haha! We're back, baby!
Business?
No, I don't know where anybody is.
Oh, did he
Headed
drop
north.
out, did he? Somebody must have lost a
What
connection.
direction am I going?
He'll slew out across to it.
Don't see anybody to the north. That's disconcerting.
Will I hate you if... Why would I hate you for where you're from? Did you do something wrong? Are you responsible for bad things happening? If not, then why, you know,
Oh,
why
that's
would I
because
have an
that's not
opinion on
north.
you based on where you're from?
My compass is reset.
Now, if
Seems
you're a
to be
bad
old
person,
whiskey
that's a
compass.
whole nother thing.
Aha, there they are.
These clouds here. There we go.
Nice. Both places I've never been to.
Heading mode here.
Alright, let's get the compass card fixed here. It's level roughly.
As I quickly check Google Maps to make sure I don't offend anybody with getting my geography wrong.
Soupy with live weather.
There
Yes,
we go.
that okay.
All right. All is right with the
So
world.
Saudi Arabia is near the UAE. Yeah. I'm glad I didn't say anything. I was going to say I've never been to Dubai, but then you're going to get upset with me for assuming that Dubai is in Saudi Arabia, and it's not. Either way, both places I've never been to. I assume they're hotter than where I'm from. No.
CD lost all his
I'm in the
audio,
UK.
apparently.
Sadie, we're
I've
back.
been to
We've
America
taken it in.
twice in
Oh,
my
no, I
life.
think we lost on the stream. I don't think anyone can hear us.
Once with family and once with work. But no, I'm from the UK.
Oh no, we're on the stream, just not CD. Ha! We're in control again.
Hey, we can't hear you.
No, that's not the oil. That's just the little weird Billy Bob. It's fine.
Yes.
We're gonna have to communicate with CD.
Some
in,
people do
semaphore,
speak like
don't
that
throw
in
flags.
the
Yeah.
middle of England.
That or Morse code. We
So you
Morse
got
code.
Scotland and obviously England, two separate countries, and then halfway down England, that's pretty much where they speak like that.
Morse code.
I'm in Scotland, so you know I have ginger hair clearly, and I wear a kilt. No, I'm joking, I don't. But that's the stereotype.
Captain, I've assumed
As you
that.
get further down England
Yeah,
toward
we
Oxford
hear
and then into London, it's a bit more
completely unaware.
posh than
We
that,
could say some really bad stuff, and you'd have no idea.
for the most part.
I know.
But I don't speak posh either.
Got the wheel. Flashlight Morse code. Oh, I don't have my flashlight near me, but that would be a good one. Yeah.
Oh yeah, get one of
That's
those
really- yeah,
little
the
tower
aviation.
lights.
Yeah.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango contact photo center on 118.55.
I don't think he can hear us right now, Steady. No, I don't. I think he's completely out.
118.55
He's just
Charlie
troubleshooting.
Oscar Tango.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
he lost something with the other computer, so.
Photo center.
For those of you just
Beechcraft
joining us,
Sierra Charlie
CD,
Oscar
our
Tango,
fearless
2000
leader, is having a little bit of technical difficulties with the sound at the moment, trying to fix it. So myself and West Coast Willie are currently in charge, which should scare all of you.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Cedal has camera and microphone issues
That's
like every
right.
time. You would think,
Copenhagen,
being head of this for
CD
Microsoft,
is
that they would just give him a
clocking,
better microphone and
7600 right
camera.
now.
Yeah, you can talk about CD and how PD.
Rather than it just breaking all the time.
What about the goggles? I personally like the goggles best.
Yeah, at least it's not 7500. That's true.
Phone flashlight, yeah.
Plug it in. That's right.
I'm seeing a lot of people coming in and out of the
What my,
stream. If
high
you
school
do like the
office
stream,
teacher
hit the
used to
like
say,
button. It
plug
does help
Plug it in.
YouTube push it out to more people. If you haven't subscribed yet, I would appreciate
My teachers
if
told me
you
we
don't
had
mind
calculator
subscribing.
when I
We
grew
do
up, and that was a
try
lie.
to
I got a
stream.
That was
calculator in my pocket.
totally a lie. Yeah.
I'm not even
my
gonna lie to
phone
you, probably a
is
couple times a
plugged
month.
right now.
But when the new Flight Sim 2024 comes out next month,
Yeah, I'm gonna
it's
climb
probably
up
going to be like every
3,000
night for a week
Just live weather.
until I get the top airline
I
pilot
was also
career
told
mode,
that thou
because I'll be
shalt
doing
not
it
divide by
anyway, so I
zero.
might as well bring you along for the ride.
Instagram now, people are trying it.
But yeah, we try to do a couple of streams a
Finally
month.
broken through. Yeah, we're trying.
Ideally, I'd love to do every Friday, but you know, life happens.
Yeah, that's where they got that from. Plug it in. That was the plug it in. That was the Glade plugins or something like that.
Live weather is really nice here. Yeah, I'm using Active Sky, so that's probably showing something a little bit different than
Yeah, I'm on live weather.
whatever the straight live would be. Definitely climbing up to 3,500 to try to get above some of this here. We may have lost him for good this time, you know? He's gonna let us ride out with it.
Oh, you'd have to. Somebody has to finish the stream. You
Can
can't just
we,
stop mid-flight and be like, okay, that's the stream done, guys.
Chat?
Yeah, we need some F's in chat.
Let's get all the F's in chat. I need every one of
I'll
these.
do it all
Yeah,
F in the chat.
everyone needs to do F in
Literally everyone. I want to see more F's in chat than I've ever seen in my life, and we're off to a
chat. Exactly.
great
Bring
start,
them in.
guys.
Flood the chat.
Yes. There we go. Yes.
There it is. Yes,
We are
bring
taking
them.
over.
Your F's give me life.
The stream
MyAirMyles with the multiple F's at once. That's impressive. I like
Yeah, that's good. The stream does run on speed.
Shout out for me. The reason for that is that there's
Somebody needs to peel off for honor.
a limitation to you can only send the same chat once every 30 seconds. So you do one F, then two Fs, then three Fs, then.
Everyone's going live weather steady flow saying everyone breaking out the ILS. Yeah, I'm looking on your screen there, Moose. You're looking at a wall. My God.
I am looking at a wall. I'm excited about that.
That's great.
I'm gonna duck down. I'm gonna be hugging the ground.
This is amazing. It's all you. I don't think he's worried about changing the camera, so what I'm doing is irrelevant, but just know it's illegal, and it is not VFR. And I have not filed a flight plan for any of this.
Oh, I have a flight planning.
It's flying straight through the clouds, I'm sure.
I don't even know where I don't have the magenta line or nothing.
Exclamation fly, I believe, Super Tom. I think that's how they do it on this channel. That's the equivalent, I think, of exclamation.
We are still moderated. We're just verbally moderated only, so all I can do is scold you.
Yeah, don't be silly now, KC.
And don't think I won't.
Yeah, if you ever want to see us back here again. You know?
Don't think I won't scold you. Naughty chat.
Alright, that didn't really answer your question, maybe, Tom. We're close to, we're coming up if you're looking for something that's near to us. I don't think we have another, our next stop is the end. I'm gonna say your best bet here is probably gonna be Echo November Romeo Yankee, which is a Air Force base, so.
Actually, there's also Echo Sierra Tango Fox. We're kind of coming up, or at least I'm coming up close to.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know how big of an airport that is.
That's a pretty
This
small
flight is
It's a little grass strip, but
eating
hey,
my
if you're flying
fuel. I mean, if
something
I had
small,
started only with the 50% that it gave me when I spawned in, I would be bricking it now, having only 11% left. So, I'm glad I fueled up on the ground. Let's see how my balances are for that, by the way. I might need to change it again. How's my fuel balance looking? Oh, left is down, right is up. I need to put
It's
it
one of
onto
those
the right.
flights where you got like a check airman on board, so you got 2 4-stripers in the cockpit.
We're both pilot flying.
So we can keep
holding hands
ourselves
as well, so-
balanced.
And holding hands. There's a Rainbow Connection song playing in the background. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we got people everywhere. I know I was at the back of the pack for quite some time, just being a helicopter that I am. But it looks, yeah, I'm still back. No, you're back there too, Moose. Look at that. We're all.
Oh, I splash landed, but you see, I have
yeah, that's
survived.
right.
Like
Yes,
a
that's
phoenix
right.
from the ashes. I am
How could I
back.
forget? How could I forget?
It's funnier with these two than the main mod.
Alright, so
Now-
next,
now I'm
They should
going
just
to
let
go
these guys run it.
A little bit.
it looks like most of the pack is probably going to be getting pretty close to the bridge. Oh, I see that we've swapped. It's my
Oh.
screen now.
Look at that. So he's got some control.
We're not fully in charge here yet, but we are here. As you can see on this looks gorgeous though, with Rex Atmos and Active Sky. It really gives a nice little touch to the atmosphere. All
He's
things
going
that
for on top. I'm going for underneath. A little bold strategy. We'll see if it works out for me.
Criminal pilot. There's a criminal pilot on my left.
Next one's
What a
bridge,
great
so
username.
So long as it's clear at the bridge. And then another 51 miles, and then from there it should feel like it's pretty quick. We're getting pretty close to Oslo. CD speaking from beyond the grave. Yeah. What do you mean visual?
He's
My screen
popped
looks
back
better.
in.
Oh,
he's back.
look, he's back.
Oh.
Check
Yes,
back.
yes.
And we have
Working.
audio. Huzzah.
There we go. The
Hello, boss.
Squawk 7600 has been resolved.
Were you in the upside down?
Speaking of that, when is Stranger Things 5 coming out? It's
Good
pretty
question.
soon, right?
I don't know. I think
That's
soon,
good,
yeah.
It does look really nice though.
I've never watched Stranger
Alright.
Things.
I did what every IT.
I might have passively watched one episode when I was at mum's house
Turn it
or a
off,
friend's
turn it
house or
back
something
on,
like
Turn
that,
it
but
off and on again.
Never
I
watched it.
rebooted
Always
my
fixes
PC.
it, baby.
Right.
thank-
Always fixes it.
Thankfully, I have a dual PC stream set up, so I was able to keep the stream running while I was rebooting my gaming PC.
Hey now, steady. We were talking all nice things. Don't throw us under the plane like that.
Hey, there's a VOD. I can watch back and see exactly what everyone was saying in the what 4 or 5
We
minutes.
kept it highly moderated.
That's
we
right.
We were discussing the legality of our VFR, which is not VFR.
That's the thing that you
Exactly.
kind of have to do if you're doing a
Sleep
big
45
stream like this
says,
on
"See,
behalf of
look out, these guys
Microsoft.
look
You
like
have to have a
naturals in
separate
your absence."
PC
Well, I mean,
doing
they're
the
both
stream than
professional
actually doing
content
the game
creators.
or whatever it is that you're
Exactly.
doing the
We'll put
content.
link to both their
Because the
channels
stream
here,
cannot go
check it
down.
out.
Like, if your PC crashes or whatever else, the stream can't go down. If you're a small channel like mine, nobody cares, right? But if you're
And
Microsoft,
there
that's
is Willie's
deeply
channel.
embarrassing.
So you can follow both of them on Twitch and see their escapades.
Wow,
No.
you are really in the suit there, Rose.
We are. Looks like we're coming in for
I
our,
got
the
plenty of
approach
visual.
now.
I'm not legal, but you know.
Oh well, no. A whole bunch of user markers for some reason. I don't know why we're all excited. There must be a bunch of stuff to see around here. Because to put us a bit of a wobble. As we then go in for the approach
The altimeter.
to the
3402.
airfield. So there must be a bit of sightseeing to do up at the this lake first.
Judging by the weather, do you see why I called Coffin board? Yeah.
It's getting worse.
I can see that visual. You weren't lying when you said that like first thing as soon as you joined. You said, "Oh yeah, this city, by the way, terrible weather." Literally, weather completely goes terrible as soon as we get here. I like it.
Ah, you must be using like real world weather or
I
something.
have a weather radar. I can,
Ooh, I've got moisture now. Got water on my screen. I'm flying in the rain. Just flying in the rain.
Moose, would you say that all your scopes are dead? You can't see a thing?
I know.
I think this plane is IFR capable, so
Meanwhile, Inquest, who is in the chat, has no idea what we're talking
yeah.
about.
Right.
She's never seen those movies.
so there's no problem. You know, if we had to, we could
Blasphemy.
IFR this in if I changed the weather to real life weather and it was bad.
Inquest
Start
has no
landing
idea.
cycle.
Do I do appearances on other streamers' channels? Sometimes, when they invite me. I don't encroach, but I don't turn down invitations either.
good to know. Sounds like we got a glider flight in our future.
Oh, any excuse to get into a glider. We don't often fly gliders. I'm gonna be flying Friday just because like cross
Only
country flying.
Yeah,
one
they're not.
person would give me the raspberry. Lone Star.
To feel that. Oh, we're way.
Maybe that's why my stream got flagged as not having YouTube friendly content. Maybe it wasn't
I think I
Pretzel.
turned
Maybe
on
it was
mosquito
the Flight Sim guys
Radius,
stream
I
that
don't
we're
think there's,
restreaming.
I think our next.
I've just thought about
stop
that listening
is-
to the music now.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
it's
this
gonna be some CRIs. We got
this
a
stream
couple
might get
bridges,
flagged
we got
again by
an
YouTube
Opera House, we got a
for breaching
palace,
copyright.
But next stop is going to be Echo November Golf Mike, which I think is the get there. I'm personally still quite a ways out. Touch no go. Then it'll be a full stop. Unless you're moose and you feel like meeting the water. We can skip that. Oh, we lost CD again.
Oh no!
What?
We're back.
Oh, this is fun. I'm coming out of the mist to a line of choppers.
What do you mean you've lost me again?
Windmills. Oh, now you're back. You like disappeared for a second.
Oh.
Yeah, the sleep mentioned you can get CD on that karaoke stream. I'd pay to see that, honestly.
You know, I have tried to get CD on the karaoke stream. The only thing he agreed to do, he did it once, and I think you did the William Shatner like
Yes.
recitation.
Yeah, yeah. That's my go-to karaoke song. For those of you who've never seen it, it's amazing.
Wow.
from the 1978 Science Fiction Film Award.
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, Chad.
Host-
His computer is not happy today. Even
What do you
after the restart, we were joking about how it worked. It didn't work.
But you can't hear me now?
No, we got you right now. We're just
Okay.
talking about when you disappeared.
Yes, William Shatner at the 1978 Science Fiction Film Awards did a
Oh,
sort of
Joey,
spoken
welcome.
word-
Willie and a Moose. Yeah, no, well, we're the hosts of your show. I'm Willie, he's Moose, and we've taken over. Going
I don't
forward,
think Willie can hear me.
That it-
I don't think Willie can hear you. Can
Yeah.
you hear me, Willie?
I can hear you.
Okay, you can't hear CD because.
I can't hear CD now.
Oh, okay. I can hear CD.
Yeah.
No CD for me.
All right, Willie, why don't you
Really?
refresh your... Moose, can you tell him to refresh his screen?
Go ahead and refresh your stream there, Willie. Your your
The
VOD,
video- the
your
video call, yeah.
your video
Right,
ninja,
right,
yeah. All right, the weather has gotten considerably better. We flew through the worst of it. Got some sun again. Got the sun on my face.
Hey, there we go.
All right. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, and I.
Oh, okay, we're back.
Wonderful.
We got some gremlins.
Things are happening.
Tech issues
Yeah.
today.
Exactly.
All right. I'll show you what I'm doing because I'm getting my flight reset up. I'm spawning ahead of you at Echo Sierra Golf Sierra. A lot of you are already sort of a beam to this airport anyways, as I can see all these green planes on my world map. So I'm going to take off from here on runway 01 and then head for the rest of our flight plan. Oh, we got a bridge here. I got to add that to my flight plan. So it's fly underneath it. So I'm going to be caught up with the rest of you here momentarily. I'm going to spawn in now. But yeah, I missed a bit of the flight.
How dare you, CD? How dare you?
Oh, the weather's deteriorating again.
Did it ever not deteriorate? Was it?
No,
ever,
there was a moment we like flew through the eye of the storm or something.
I'm enjoying up top here. I'm cloud surfing. It's beautiful.
I've been tree surfing,
Nice.
going back down to the trench.
I'm just following the name tags.
That's what I'm doing.
All right, I'm on what appears to be a farmer's field. This does not. I mean, I guess this is a grass strip.
Oh,
But let me get
Yeah.
airborne here.
it's pretty.
Parking brake off.
Also, I like your logo.
This is Livery 1, the
That's,
Cirrus SR22. Alright, and rotate. Positive rates.
It's like Ian Bella just pitching my other channel, so I've just been pinned that at the top. Do go ahead and watch the other channel and give it a subscribe if
I don't
you
have any other oh, there's
would be
some
so
aircraft.
inclined. That would be awesome. But if you haven't subscribed to this channel,
There's all the
subscribe to
player
this one as
names.
well. I need to get them both growing.
Alright, I will hopefully get back on track with the rest of the group here momentarily now that I'm airborne again. So
Joey
I
Bolo.
always reboot my PC every week before the fly-in Friday, and so I don't know what is causing problems today.
You normally just leave your PC on?
I was gonna say you don't shut it off every night. Every time I'm done with my PC, that thing is off.
No, I leave my PC running 24/7, except
Brother.
every week before fly-in Friday I do a manual reboot.
Oh, interesting.
Zybox says where we are. This is in your home country. Yeah, we're currently flying. Well, we're still in Sweden, but we're on our
Yeah.
way to Norway momentarily.
We're really gonna kind of barely hit Norway as we get into Oslo, so.
Yeah. Zybox, you're from Denmark. Well, we took off from Copenhagen, capital of Denmark, but we're in Swedish airspace now and heading towards Norway.
I am half Swedish.
actually quite a few grass strips out in this part of the world, which I like.
Yeah.
Out here with some bush aircraft. Nice short little sub 2,000 feet grass strips.
Yes, basically Vikings. Yes.
Oh, here's that that first bridge already. Gotta descend really. Oh, there's two bridges. Look at this. I can fly underneath both of them.
Oh.
Gotta line up for my attack run. Okay. Moose, you see
Yes,
this.
sir.
You might have the answer to this one. This is something I've always thought about when thinking about the end of episode 4, A New Hope.
Okay.
So Luke Skywalker is a farm boy who races T-16 Skyhoppers through Beggar's Canyon.
Right.
He's never flown an X-wing fighter before in his life.
Correct.
Right? This is like taking like an agricultural bush pilot.
Yeah, like a crop
And-
duster thing. and-
Crop duster and putting them in an F-15.
Yes.
Okay, now I get like the rebellion is desperate and they need all the qualified pilots at the end of Independence Day, right?
We are getting
Right.
pretty close
So
to
here's
the
the
water.
question.
Not the water,
So
the
I get
mountains.
why they would put Luke
Can't
in an
speak.
X-wing, 'cause, they need the pilots.
Okay, I don't know what that
Why
wiggle
does
was all
Red
about,
Leader
but we are
put
now
Luke in charge of
heading
Biggs
to
and
the
Wedge
landing.
and make him the flight leader and Biggs and Wedge the wingmen, but they're vastly more experienced fighter pilots than he is.
That is a
never made-
really
that-
good question.
That
yeah.
never made any sense to me.
Interesting. Yeah.
final leg straight in for the landing.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Now the real answer is, it's a movie,
Right. It's for cinema. You need that.
Yeah,
And,
what's the Mystery Science Theater thing? Maybe if you're wondering how he eats and drinks and other science facts, remember that it's just a show and you should just
Right.
relax, right? So it's that is the real answer.
Exactly.
But in the logic of the movie, it doesn't make any sense that they would take an inexperienced agricultural pilot.
Actually, I have a fan theory. I have a fan theory.
All right,
I
let's
just
hear
thought
it.
of.
Let's
Just
hear
thought
it.
of. So remember, Luke is effective with the Force more so than most, given his family lineage. I'm not going to say because of his midi-chlorian count, because that is junk canon. I refuse to buy into. But he's inexperienced with it, so he is Force powerful, we'll say, but he doesn't know how to wield it yet.
Right.
So in his mind, he's a farm boy. He's young. He's sitting around there at the table where they're doing their battle plan and figuring it all out, and he's thinking in his head, "Oh man, this is gonna be so awesome! I want to be wing leader," and that translates out in the Force to, "I will be wing leader."
He willed.
Oh, has my internet failed? My internet might have failed.
And he
Oh, no.
He
It's back.
unwittingly willed it.
Something weird happened with
Didn't
the
realize we-
stream.
Okay.
That's my.
I like that fan theory. The other fan theory I
That's my
have.
fan theory.
I like that one. I'll give you an alternate one we can consider.
Okay.
So Red Leader established that he once flew with Luke's old man, who we later know as Anakin / Darth Vader, but Red Leader was not aware of that.
Correct.
So maybe it was like Luke was just like a nepo hire. It's like, hey, I used to fly with your father. He was a good pilot. Yeah, you're probably pretty good too then. Because that's how that works.
It's not what you know; it's who you know.
Yeah.
I like it. I think both those are very valid. I got a nice rainbow right out my window here, right at my about 11 o'clock.
Is it a double rainbow?
It's well at this moment it's a single rainbow.
All the way. Yeah,
The
I'm
jumping, by the way, before anybody comments, the jumping is on my side. I think my internet is struggling for some reason.
We're hitting you up with all your mid-2000s internet needs.
That's right.
Fine,
If you you grew
Try
up
and
in
clean
that
it up a
era,
little
then
bit.
this is all very nostalgic for you.
Sure, I seem to
Leave Brittany alone.
some mixed
Leave her alone.
browser. Hopefully it cleans that up a little bit.
Numa guy.
See if I can
My
improve the internet. I am doing all this
Now,
on
if you ever do that one, it goes.
5G.
Oh, double rainbow. We got double rainbow now.
Nice.
There it
We
is.
got double rainbow.
Which for me is impressive enough, right? The fact that I can stream at all on 5G.
What were you gonna say, C?
Do you ever do the Numa song?
Yeah, that's
karaoke?
smoothing out now,
I
which
don't
is
think I
nice.
ever have done the Numa song karaoke.
However,
You
it looks
gotta,
like
I'm gonna have to do that.
I should be
That's right.
coming in
Get a request.
I gotta learn the
for the landing,
the
Yeah, yeah.
various
and then we'll
Yeah.
turn around and watch everybody
various
else landing.
moves.
Didn't Biggs recommend Lucas a cable pilot their experience together in Tatooine? Yeah, certainly he did. But just because someone is a good bush pilot,
Take a bunch of the
you can't
stress
just
off
put
that
them
network, I
behind
think, just now.
the controls of a high-tech fighter aircraft, or spaceship in this case,
Right.
and expect all those skills to transfer.
Turn a bunch of Wi-Fi
like,
devices
some of
off.
the skills would transfer for sure.
Make sure
But,
you're
like,
all getting the best
I'm a licensed
experience
pilot, I
on the
fly
stream,
Cessnas
hopefully.
and Pipers. You couldn't put me
Here
in an
is
FOV
our
and expect me to be able to get it off the
for
ground.
this
No way.
live
Right?
stream
You'd have
with
training.
Microsoft anyway.
And even if you
I'm
could
not
do
saying it'll be
that,
the last.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
It's probably
Like,
not going to be the
that's
last
where
flight
his
of the day,
recommendation
but
carried weight to get him in the thing.
uh,
Doesn't mean that you go, well, you
this is
recommended
our
him to fly the
runway.
things, let's make him wing leader. Like,
Yeah.
what?
for the
Maybe get his
Microsoft
500
stream,
hours.
so let's
Oh.
Yeah.
bring her in.
Great.
I need
So,
to
He showed him his
slow down.
his womp rat kill rate over
Yeah,
the
he-
thing. But,
he-
oh
he-
man, we gotta elevate that guy.
He used to go to Tashi Station to waste time with his friends, and while at Tashi Station, he played Microsoft X-Wing Simulator.
That's
and,
a good.
And acquired
That's a good position for the pattern.
Yes.
Must.
You mean you're that L Skywalker from that game with that high score? Wing leader right there.
Oh. Okay, now another crossover now. Maybe it's a Last Starfighter scenario, where because he had his 500 hours at Tashi Station playing the video game console they had there, they used that as a recruiting tool for rebel pilots.
Oh, there you go.
Enter downwind. Runway 19. Okay,
They should remake the Last Starfighter.
let's go then. Is my stream still up? Can somebody comment? Tell me if the stream is still up. I know I had a little bit of a connection issue there.
Bit of weather dog in here.
It's looking okay in OBS.
You're flying VFR on top at the moment.
Yes, sir. I just got
Like
visited by-
marginal VFR.
Gear down.
low.
I'm flying illegally.
Uh-huh.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger.
Which runway was I approved for? 19 right.
Oh,
Yes, that's
Ralph.
this one. Perfect.
Pushing along to the last stretch of POIs, and then I can hopefully get down and below this stuff, but
Me not fly? That's impossible.
I'm gonna look this up later. I bet you there's so much written about Star Wars and so many like canon stories that
Right, there's gotta
It's
be
like
some-
almost on the
yeah.
money.
Someone somewhere has had this same thought that I had and has written a
No, it
canon
depends. Are they all going to
explanation
come in the same
why
approach I did?
Luke, on his very first ever not even his very first combat mission, but his very first time ever flying an X-wing fighter,
Right.
why they
Or
would make him wing leader.
do we think they're all going to come around? I don't know. Thank you for confirming. Stream is still live.
altimeter.
That's good.
pressure is dropping.
People are starting to come in. I think they're going to come in from that side.
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango exit runway when able.
So
Beechcraft Charlie Oscar Tango contact.
we will sit here on the grass and see if we can watch some landings.
Going to 121.7.
Verifiable independent spacecraft officer had been in Vietnam. Yeah, he was a F-4 Phantom pilot or something, wasn't he, in the Vietnam War? So in that case, he actually
That's
did
still
have
quite a long way off
experience
the
flying combat missions in a military
runway. Well,
fighter
let's
jet.
keep an
Not
eye
the
on what
F-18
direction people are
he was
coming from,
flying
because there seems to be a
Independence Day, but
few
other similar style
coming from different
aircraft.
directions.
Whereas Luke in Star Wars had never flown a combat mission before. He'd never flown any kind of military space fighter before.
He'd
And
never
yet-
flown in space before.
Oh yeah. He'd never even left Tatooine. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, don't do this at home, by the way. Don't do this in real life. You should never taxi on the grass, especially at like takeoff speed. I'm trying to stay off the runway for everybody coming in, but it's a massive runway, so I want to get to the other side of it before people start coming in en masse.
11 chance.
But we have no idea which runway they're going to choose or whatever to land on.
Now the other explanation
I have to
is that
assume it's going to
maybe
be this one.
a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, spacecraft have so much automation and they're so easy to fly that you don't need a lot of experience to operate one. But even still, like, there's a difference between just taking off, flying from A to B, and landing, versus going into combat against the Imperial Navy.
So here's the
Straight
That was just a
landing
shot across the bow at
spot.
all Airbus pilots, but okay.
Oh wow!
Good luck pressing takeoff, autopilot, and land.
Well, you know, that's sort of what we were talking about earlier, though, with the eVTOLs and the Cirrus Safe Return Auto Land system.
Right.
I think this is the future of aviation, and you know, this is a good thing. It takes pilot workload away, less things to think about, increases safety. So the more automated these systems can get, in theory, the safer they should get as well.
I
Less
can't
things
shut
we're
down my
taxing on
engine,
the
because if I
crews.
shut down my engine, my flight will end.
Yeah, we had
So
a
we're just
double
gonna have to
rainbow
idle.
earlier there.
Whilst we
don't see
keep an
one
eye
now,
on
but-
what people are doing.
Twitch is twitchy today.
When in doubt, restart. Just
Right.
restart. And if
Right,
a
I'm,
restart doesn't work, throw it out.
I'm going full throttle just because I see we're about 5 minutes away from our scheduled end time, and I still have 26 miles to go just to get to Oslo City, and then the airport is a little bit beyond that. So, because we had some tech issues earlier, we're a little bit behind schedule. So, trying to speed things up.
Giving this helicopter all I got.
Giving it all she's got, Captain. Oh,
So let's see where they come in then. Hopefully they're all going to come in on this runway,
Oh yeah.
and then we'll see them all
Slightly
just go pop, pop,
overtorqued it,
pop.
That's fine.
And that'd be fun. But if they all end up getting the
We'll
same
get up
traffic
there for
pattern
up to
given to
3
me
minutes.
that I was given, we're on the wrong side of the runway.
have another wall of clouds coming up.
Looks like I am from my current position. Oh, 17 miles from the Opera House.
There's a bunch of folks that look like they are taking a different
Taking in the
runway,
opera
not
tonight.
this one, which is
Yes.
interesting.
La 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 la.
Oh, fantastic.
We're hitting all the mid-2000s internet memes today.
Cloud Serpent just got passed by a. Oh, that's a transhill glitch. Makes sense. Looks like a couple people are up there by the POIs. Yeah, that was two very long legs across that coastline. We've covered the entirety of that there. That was good.
Yeah. Well, next week we'll be continuing. So we crossed briefly into Sweden today and did a touch and go. In
He's coming
Gothenburg,
down,
but
yeah, so he's
next
coming down on
week
the other
we'll be
runway.
going to the capital of Sweden. We'll be flying from Oslo to Stockholm.
Let's see.
Should be another very beautiful flight. Sadly, you know, we're coming all the way to fly to Norway, and we're not going to the best part of Norway, the fjords.
Right.
Those are on the Atlantic coastline, which will not, unfortunately,
There's
be part
quite a
of our
lot of people coming
world tour.
from the back.
But highly recommend everyone
None
if
of
you haven't
them.
already, or even if you have, just do it again. 'Cause
Oh,
it's
look at
that
the
good.
runways.
Go
Oh,
fly
someone's
the
coming
Norwegian
into us. We've
fjord.
got somebody
Like
angling
Singapore.
on us. This guy's
I
not
think
aiming
Microsoft's
at any
gonna have a
runway.
POI for the Slutty Bart Fast
We
award.
should be getting one in
carved
about
into
30
the
seconds.
fjords.
I would have thought we'd have got more than that.
Ooh, look at these
Here
cool
they
little
come.
farmhouses down
Here
here.
they come.
Oh yeah, totally, man. That's some cool looking cloud houses.
About 34 miles from the.
Does this plane got
Cardamom
wheels?
and
The
VOR.
plane's not got its wheels out.
That is, I'm getting in and out of as I'm. plugging the train.
I don't think he had
Skeptic
wheels
says
out.
We have Oslo Fjord on our
If we
left.
did, they didn't render it on my thing. We had this
True, but I
problem
would say
last
this
time
is
as
not
well.
magnificent as some of
The
other
wheels don't
fjords in
render
Norway.
for some reason.
Still scenic, but on this is like a
Let's
7
see how this
out
guy
of 10,
does. Remember the
whereas
two white big
other-
boxes, that's the
the other fjords
landing spot they're
are
aiming
like
for. If they
12 out of
overfly it,
I would just like to know
Oh, he
how
nailed
fast
it.
the BA-62
But,
helicopter
again,
made it look like it was at a
no
standstill.
wheels. And then the wheels pop in afterwards. Crazy.
An
Next.
F-35 too.
Wow, you completely overflew the landing spot. Wow, you're just
Love that.
floating down that runway.
I have gone into
Uh,
absolute zero
At least
visibility.
you had wheels.
Uh-oh.
I'm
nobody else had
climbing
wheels.
like a nut right now, trying to
So, you know.
make sure I don't
Points
fly to a
for
mountain,
having wheels.
'cause I'm seeing them come out of the fog at the last second.
I'm gonna start descending, but I'm gonna utilize my synthetic vision to hopefully not end up in that curious of a situation. Let's try. Alt A crossing.
There's a bunch of people that are just following the GPS straight in,
Gotta rely
rather
on
than
your
realizing they have to
trust.
turn
Yeah.
in. So then they'll end up coming on the reverse runway, I would expect, like I did. But we have what looks to be 3 more coming in on this runway.
Scudflip says Geringer Fjord
Potentially
is not.
4.
No,
One
not
going on the
me.
other one.
I have been to Geringer Fjord. Let's see if I've got some photos here.
Happy Friday, Ronan.
Here we are. This is me at Geringer Fjord in Norway. Probably the single most beautiful place on the planet that I've ever been in person.
I'll have you know, I did not sign up for this to watch your vacation slides.
That's beautiful.
It is pretty incredible. So if you ever have a chance to go there, A++.
Imagine even
would-
being on
would
that
recommend.
cruise ship. That would be nice too. A boat down
Here we
there.
go. Has he got wheels? Has he got wheels? He has wheels!
Safe altitude around here.
And he's floated. And you floated. And you floated. And you put it
Say
down.
yes.
5 out of 10. How about you? You've got wheels.
I don't know what it is, but,
you are onto it early. Okay, 8 out of 10.
Two-
Wow, I
well,
think
it's
he
like
nailed it, but then
2.8,
he
I'm good.
bounced.
Okay.
5 out of 10.
That's when charts are helpful.
Are you going around, or are you just going to glide in the
We're
whole
safe
damn runway?
now.
4 out of 10.
Well, we was safe a moment ago.
I didn't see where he landed. 7 out of 10.
Hoping for the best. To be about 5 miles out from the office.
You way overflew and you got no wheels. Oh, there's your wheels. And you
Very,
landed.
very
Oh, and you
delayed.
bounced. And then you just tail struck and slid off the runway. 2 out of 10.
Visual Dark says my brother just moved home from Norway.
Oh. "26 miles from the VOR.
I'm 6 miles from the Opera House now, so just slightly behind West Coast Willie.
No shot I'm seeing this opera house with this live weather.
Ooh, there's a big one. Heavy one. You need to nail this.
In the suit.
And you missed the landing spot. And
Well, here we have
You bounced a
the
little
city of
bit.
Oslo in sight.
but you kept it under control.
capital
7 out of
of
10.
Norway.
That other guy overflew, tail struck,
World capital
bounced,
City, we can tick off our list.
Oh,
and I think he's off the runway. Oh my god, sliding everywhere. 4 out of 10.
Doing it for you, chat.
I landed on the runway. Hope you're not talking about me. I landed on the runway, I taxied up the grassway, and now I'm judging everybody else. I landed on the landing spot. I nailed it. Watch the replay. If you're talking about me. If you're not, then yeah, these guys are kind of crazy. Whoa! Completely missed
If
it.
I remember correctly,
Coming in
it's
way
near
too
the
fast.
harbor,
Bounce 1,
by the water.
2
Yeah,
bounce,
looks to be right
3
at the
bounce,
waterfront.
4 bounce, 5 bounce.
I've
Oh
got-
my
I've got a
god, he's in a
very,
wave form.
yeah, I've got you in sight,
His
Willie,
passengers
and,
are
yeah,
dead.
what I
He's
believe
dead.
to be the Opera House is also right
2 out of
behind
10.
you. Very interesting architecture on this one.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, so here it is from my POV.
Runway's
There's
closed. Can't
the
land. That guy just crashed and
bottom
burned.
of it, and there is the Opera House.
Right, so what is it looking like from here?
Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, you just missed it. And you're floating.
That's
Don't
the
bounce, don't
idea.
bounce. Oh, he
Yeah,
bounced.
turn off
2,
there so they can see
3
stuff.
bounces.
I've gotten this far.
Oh my
with
god,
weather,
4 bounces.
so
He's
I'm
not going
just
around. Go around.
going with it.
2 out of
Visual
10.
Dark says you can walk all over the roof of the Opera House.
Ooh, that's
Really?
nice.
Smooth. 8 out of 10. Missed the landing spot,
Next
but didn't
POI
bounce.
I've got right here. This is the Norwegian Royal Palace.
Float, float, float.
Does
Bounce.
Norway still have a monarchy?
Bounce. 5 out of 10.
Obviously, it's a
Because he's flying a tail
democratic
dragger, it's
nation with an
harder.
elected government, but as sort of like a head of state, does Norway have a
That is a good question. I don't know.
king and queen? Anyone?
These
Edwin
guys are
says
just
yes.
float, 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 float. One of them doesn't have wheels, and they're about to
I know
crash into
Sweden
each other.
does.
Parallel landing. Neither of them bounced. 9 out of 10. -1 for probably took each other's wing
I
off
believe
and started a fire.
Denmark does too.
King
Is that
Harald
everybody?
of Norway is the monarch.
There's one more
Still
coming in as
nice.
far as I can see. As long as he continues to aim for our runway. We'll wait for him to come in.
Here is the local football stadium in Oslo.
Somebody just spawned in on the GPS, that was weird. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you.
And just off in the distance there,
You're the last guy. Nail it.
is a ski jump. Ooh. This is a very cool POI to check
Oh,
out.
there's one behind
Not
it.
quite on our flight
They're just
plan
popping
today,
up
but we
now.
can see it over yonder. Yes, there's the football stadium behind me now.
Come on, do you have wheels? Do you have wheels? You have wheels. You get more points for that.
And we're gonna head towards our final destination. It is Echo
Full,
November
full, full,
Golf
full,
Money,
full.
which is the
full,
main
full.
international airport
Didn't bounce.
serving
7
the
out of 10.
Oslo area. Like many large international
What
airports,
the hell? Oh no, he's coming right for me!
I
I missed that last guy, because that A320 just crashed on top of me. What the? ATC? Are you seeing this? Are you seeing this? A320 just kind of like smashed into the ground, and you know,
Probably gonna
you're gonna
take
need to
it.
get a landscaper to fix the grass.
Oh yeah, there's the football stadium.
Nailed it!
Philip Ice says I live
10 out of 10.
there, just 2 to 3 kilometers right
Whoa! No, go around, go
Well,
around, go
everyone-
around,
everyone
you
wave
dumb
to
ass!
go.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
fly over their home.
What the? What happened to him? I think he suffered.
And as I
He went
said,
up
folks, we
again.
will be picking up
Bounce, bounce,
right
bounce,
here
bounce, bounce.
next
2 out of 10.
week in Oslo, and continuing our Scandinavian journey. But next week we'll be flying Oslo to Stockholm on Fly-In Friday.
I think
Stage
that's everyone.
34 of the World Tour.
Let's go taxi round. I really want to avoid that A320 that just like is totally on fire and destroyed the grass.
A beautiful flight this has
Indeed.
Minus the technical difficulties, but even those were kind of being focused.
The guys actually producing the stream
I'll put it
haven't
on the
turned
next
up.
There you go.
So I guess maybe we do want to
And
stay to watch them come
that's
into land.
official for approximately 12 minutes. Cumulatively.
What's this guy gonna do? Oh, there's a couple of them. That looked nice. Just seem you have no wheels. 6 out of 10. You bounced.
Sucker says,
Go
"Will
around.
we only fly the world tour until Flight Sim 2024 is released?" Yeah, so the initial
6 out of 10.
goal is in a given month we would do like 3 world
You got
tour
no wheels.
flights
2 out of 10.
and then 1 non-world tour. You know, if there was a new world update or a new city update, something like that had been released, we would you know, do a flight to showcase that new update. 'Cause we know everyone would want to try it out. Obviously, with 2024 being the next big release on November 19th, there are no other 2020 releases scheduled between now and then. So I think we'll probably just stick to the World Tour stages until the 2024 releases on November 19th.
Stands to reason.
Wow, this guy floated all the way down here. No,
I
runway.
can't wait for Balloon Friday and Flight Sim 24. Well, you know, if you missed the earlier announcement, we already have a couple special flights for any lighter than air fans in the chat. Something you can't really do in the sim right now. Balloons, blimps, airships, that kind of thing. But those will all be available by default in Flight Sim 2024. And
They're just coming and coming and
every
coming.
year in the fall, I don't know the exact date, I think it's in September, but we'll look it up. In Albuquerque, New Mexico, there's the Albuquerque Hot Air Balloon Festival. One of the biggest hot air balloon
That looks like he
assemblies
bounced.
in the world.
I think you're supposed to be
Hundreds
on the
of hot air
runway, mate.
balloons all
Not
flying
off the
together. So
runway.
we will do that.
2 out of 10.
Yes.
Didn't land on the runway.
And then Super Bowl Sunday, which is in February this year, I believe it's in New Orleans.
You win the Darwin Award.
Who's your football
No,
fan?
actually, that
Is
was the
correct?
A320, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, you.
Actually,
You're the
not
Darwin
entirely
Award.
sure where it is this year.
I think I'll have to look it up. Maybe someone in chat.
I know Atlanta just got announced for 26.
And now we just tried to stop on the
so
runway.
it's Super Bowl, so I know that's there.
Woo.
That's 2 years away. So,
Okay,
or a year away.
I think I'm done.
I think it's in New Orleans, but I can double check.
So, thank
But
you
yes,
for
we'll all
joining us
fly,
on the stream tonight. Thank you to everybody who did subscribe.
Aerial photography provided by.
I start
We'll all
work
fly
next week,
to New
so I can't
Orleans.
promise I will have the energy to stream, but if I do,
I thought it was Mercedes.
I will catch you on the stream next week. Thanks for
Someone was
watching,
telling
and
me
have a
it's
great
no longer
weekend.
sponsored by Mercedes.
Bye for
Is
now.
that right? What's the name of that?
New Orleans.
That is a good question.